Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create NC house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New and then drop down and then click on Architecture Template and then press OK. So as default, we start on level 1 in our floor plan. So here we have this elevation tags, and then we're going to check our template. So I believe we're using millimeters in terms of our dimensions. And then we're using metric here. So now, what you need to do first is to click on Save and save this to the file area that you want to. So I'm gonna click Save. So for now, I'm just gonna name it as House. And then here, before you click Save, click on Option. And here is the amount or number of save files that you want to save. If you're a beginner, you can keep it at 10, and then if you're intermediate or if you want just one, you could just put 1. So for me, I like putting 5 so that if I make a mistake, I can always go back to that folder or file. So now just click on OK and then click on Save. So now that we save our file, let's go and click on the grid line. Grid line is located under Architecture and then around here on the right side. You can even type in GR. So GR is the keyboard shortcut, and you'll be able to add grid line now, but we need to add it. We're gonna start by adding it vertically. So I'm gonna click below around this area in the middle of where the elevation tags are. So I'm gonna click here, going up, and then I'm gonna put in number 1. So number 1 is already added right here. What I usually do is press escape and then escape again, because I could add in multiple grid lines now, and the sequence will be automatic, meaning that once I add 1, the next one will be 2 and 3, and Revit will recognize that. So I'm gonna select the grid line number 1. You can type in CO, or it will be under Modify and this icon. So CO. Now it has this dash line around it, meaning that you'll be able to grab this now and then copy. But before you do that, make sure to check multiple first so that we could add multiple grid lines instantly. So now I'm gonna grab this and then I'm gonna put it on the right side, and then I could type in my dimensions. So I'm gonna put in 4970 2000 for the next one. So that's number 3, and then 482 or 4830. So now I have 1, 2, 3, and 4 grid lines on vertical. I'm gonna press escape multiple times, zoom out, and then next I'm gonna add in my vertical grid line. So again, type in GR. So that's grid line, keyboard shortcut. I'm going to click on the right side first before going to the left. So right, going to the left, and then I'm just going to add it right now, and then press escape multiple times. If you notice, this is number 5, but for us, we're going to change it. So you can actually click on the grid bubble now, and then you can type in capital A, and then now once you copy this and add multiple horizontal grid line, Revit will recognize it again, and it will give you B, C, and D. So now press escape and then escape again, and then select this grid line, click on copy, so type in CO, and then grab it again. I'm gonna pull it down, and then I'm gonna start adding or typing the dimension. So 5300. This will be 3970. Enter. And then we have 5550. So that's the last grid line. Press escape and then escape again. So right now I want my grid line to be fixed around here, or to be moved around here, because it's protruding too much right here. So I'm gonna select one, and if you notice, if you select one of the grid line, there's a dashed line at the back right here, meaning that it's saying that once you move this, if we move it now, all of them will move. So it's just a quick way of aligning everything else. And then because we put it exactly in the middle, if not for you, you just need to select those, and then you can nudge it in place. So you can use your arrow keys in your keyboard to nudge it in place. So here I'm nudging it in place like that, and then press escape and then escape again. Let's add in some dimensions. So here you can type in DI or this icon. Usually these icons are above here, but I just added right here so that everybody can see my screen. So now I'm gonna zoom in, and then I'm gonna click on the grid line one at a time, and then now you put the overall. So those are the dimensions. Again, right here I'm gonna add in dimensions on all grid line, and then add an overall, and then I'm gonna zoom in. These are the grid lines for this. So I'm gonna zoom out, and then now we need to go to our elevation first so that we could fix our levels. So before we add any walls, we need to fix our elevation first, our levels, so that we can let Revit know that I only want it to be on this height to this side. So now I usually click on south elevation, but you can always click anything here. It will be the same. So here I have level 1 in 0, and then we have level 2. So now I'm going to change level 2. I just want it to be at 3000 or 3 meters. So now it's goes down, and then now we're gonna add another one. So you can select this again and then click on copy. So there's multiple ways of adding, and then you can even type. So we could type in 3000 again, and it will create level 3. You can undo that. We're just gonna undo that. There's another way of adding levels. It's under architecture and the icon on the right side, which is the level icon. You can type in LL, and here you can also add it a level 3. And if you notice, it giving you dimensions, and then we could add level 3 instantly. The difference on the first one and this one is because once we create level 3, if you notice, level 3 in the floor plan is instantly added here. If we do the copy, if you notice, once we select that and then just click copy and then type in 3000, if you notice, there's no level 3 right here. So if you do this, the way that you will need to see, or you'll be able to see the level floor plan level 3, is you need to go under view, floor plan, and then select this level 3, and then you'll be able to see it right here. So you can either do both, or you can either do one, but it's up to you. At least you know the difference on when adding just a copied or doing the level itself. So either way, it's good. There's just an extra step when you're doing the copy command right there, but almost the same way. So now here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in another level. So now I'm gonna do the level command, leveling, and I'm just going to zoom in, and I just want to add 600. So negative 600. Press escape and then escape again. The only issue now is it is referring to level 4, which is incorrect. Also, as you can see, this is showing like this. We want to change this a little bit, so I'm gonna select that, and then here you can add elbow. There's gonna be a zigzag, a small zigzag right there. Once you click that, it will create an elbow, and you'll be able to grab this, and you'll be able to stretch it out so that everything is noticeable and nothing is overlapping. Now I want to change this name to ground, so I'm gonna put in ground, all capital. I'm gonna say, would you like to rename corresponding views? If you say yes, it will rename this to ground. If you don't want to, it will just leave it like that. But I'm gonna say yes, and then it will be named as ground, and it will go to a different sequence now. So now, if you notice, if we go to ground, and then if we go to level 3, everything is showing. If you have this grid lines not over, for example, level 3, it will look like this. As you can see, there's no grid line showing right here. So one of the reason for that is because this is not pushed all the way up like so. And this one as well. So now it's showing, and this is showing as well. So those are the things that you just need to stretch out so that everything is showing on your level. So now we can start adding some walls. So we're gonna start off by clicking on wall under architecture. You can even type in WA, and then here what we have is a basic generic wall, 200 millimeters. What you can do is, I know for newer Revit, you don't have the generic model anymore right there. So now you can even click on one of this, edit type, and then duplicate, and then we could just rename it as exterior wall number 1. Press OK, edit, and then here we could delete all of this except the core boundary, structure, and core boundary. Those are the things that you cannot delete here. And then now here, in terms of thickness, I'm going to put it at 200 millimeters, and then in terms of material, let's put gypsum wallboard. After that, press OK, and then OK again. Now we need to set up the height. As you can see, base constraint is level 1, and then top constraint is unconnected. So now here we can change it right here, or you could change it right here as well. So either way it's the same. So I'm gonna change it to up to level 2. Click apply here, and then as you can see, it will be changed here as well. Under here, we also have wall center line, so that's good. And then changes already checked. So we could start adding. So we're gonna add the first wall here at A1. So I'm gonna click A1 up to A4, and then going down right here up to D4, and then we're going to delete this wall later on, but I just want to add this one for now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click up to D2. So D2 is right there, and then here we're just going to pull back around 1750, and then going back again here up to the number 1 grid line, and then after that all the way to A1 again to close it off. Press escape and then escape again. So we have our exterior wall. We're also going to add an exterior wall right here, so I'm gonna click it again, CS, that's create similar, or this icon. So basically once you have something that is already put in, it's easy to re-add it. So here I'm gonna use exterior wall again. Instead of me clicking wall again and then looking for dot wall, it's easier to just select that, knowing that I know that's an exterior wall, and then CS, and then here I'm just going to click it from B3, so A3 up to B3, and then going back here to B1. So those are the exterior wall. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the grids, and then we started adding the exterior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. One thing that I want to do is to add in the walls right here. So this will be an exterior wall again. I'm gonna select this wall, CS, that's create similar. I'm going to add a wall right here, and then from here we're going to type in TR, that's trim and extend. Basically, under modify, this is the icon for that. I'm gonna select this wall and then this wall, and then now it will be a box in. Like I said, we're going to remove this wall later on, so we're gonna leave it like this for now. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in a nook here. So press escape, select this wall again, CS. I'm going to add something right here, a nook. It will be around 900, and then here I'm going to add it like that for now. Press escape and then escape again. I want this to be around 3350 from this wall. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in TR again, that's trim and extend. I'm going to extend here, and then here I'm going to remove this wall, so trim and extend right here as well. So now I have this nook right here, and then we'll be able to add in another wall right here. So right now I'm gonna select, so we're going to add a wall there, so that will be a wall for interior. And then we're going to add in, so this will be our entrance door, and then here we're going to extend a wall right here as well. So later on we're going to add those. So before we add, we will need to add in another wall that will be an interior wall. So press escape and then escape again, go back to architecture, click on wall. We already have in exterior wall. We could edit this type, duplicate, and then this will be interior wall number 1. Press OK, edit type. We're just gonna leave it at 200 and then leave it at gypsum wallboard, because it's easier to change it later on than to change it now. As of now, we just want it to be all white with that material, and then later on we could assign different materials from there. So here I'm just gonna press OK and then OK again. Like I said, I want to extend a wall right here, so around 700 for that wall. And then here I want to add in another wall, but this wall will be around, let's grab it here, around 2700. And then we could just extend this one a bit up to here. Let's align it. So AL, align it from this wall to this wall. So now everything is aligned. And then after that, we're going to add in a wall right here again, CS, and then wall again right here. So we have this nook right here that we need to have so that we could add in our powder room. So now what we could create is the laundry. So right here I'm planning to add the laundry right here. Let's add in an interior wall, so CS. So we're going to add 2550 wall right here, and then around here we're going to add in another wall going across right here. Select this wall, this wall should be around 1950. So we have this wall 1950, and then create another wall again, CS. This will be, from this wall, should be around 2150. So we have a storage, and also we have our washroom right here. Sorry, our laundry right here. And this one will have an access from our carport or garage, depending on how we want this to be modeled. And then what I'm planning to do is to have the kitchen right here, dining, and then we will have our living area here, or our family room. So now we could add in our doors. So we could insert load family and look for door. And then from here, go to residential. And then let's add in an interior door. I like this interior single one panel wood. So let's load this. So I'm gonna click open. And then I'm going to add all of them. So click the ones at the top, scroll down, and then hold on shift and click on the bottom. It will highlight everything. And then now you just need to press OK. And then here it's just saying that there's a large number of loaded families you're loading. Do you want to continue it? And just press yes. Once this is loaded, what you want to do is you can go to architecture, or you can type in DR. So here, this is the door icon, or you can type in DR. That's the keyboard shortcut. Here, once you go drop down, you'll be able to add different sizes of the door that is already preloaded. So here, this will be around 700 by 2000 millimeters. I'm planning to add it on this spot. So I'm gonna go zoom it here, press space bar to change orientation, and then depending on where your crosshair is the side of where you want to put it. So here I'm just gonna add it here, space bar. I want it to go inside again, and then here around in the middle we're going to add in our storage right here. And then from there, let's load in, let's add a washroom right here, the washroom door. So 700 will be suffice. And then here we're going to add in our exterior door, sorry. We could go back here, interior, load family, and then we have different kinds of exterior door. Let's just go with one of this. I like this single entry door. Click on open, and from here I'm gonna be picky. I'm just gonna put in all 2000 height. So 2000 height right here. It's already set up to 900. So 750 to 900, all 2000. I'm gonna load only that. I want to be consistent with the height of the door. So here I'm just gonna press OK, and then you can type in DR again. It will appear instantly. I want to change the size to around 900 just for this door, and then I'm just going to add it like so. So this door is already loaded. And then what we could do is, I want to show that this is a storage area. So what I usually do is I put annotate and then detailed line, and then here thin line is already the default, so I'm just going to add in a default line like so, and then depends on what you want and how you like this the sizing. And then after that I add another one, or I add a different line. I want to use the demolish line because it's a dash line. So here I'm just adding the demolish line just to show that there is some shelving around here. This one I'm just going to put it on the side. If you want to align this properly, you can always type in AL, that's align under modify, this icon, and then here you could align it so that everything is linear. So here you can even push this one right here if you want to, and then there. Another thing that we're gonna do, I could add in a closet here, or just a bench. Just to show that, I'm just going to add in this line. So we have some bench here. In order to add in a closet here, what we could do is, I'm going to create another wall. So I'm going to create an interior wall. I'm going to call it wall number 2. So edit type, duplicate, and then here what we could do is we could just leave it as wall number 2, edit type, and then here we're going to change the thickness to 100. Press OK, and then OK again. And then here what I'm gonna do is CS, and then I'm just gonna add something like here. We could push this back a little bit like that. Unfortunately, this one, I'm just gonna pull this back a little bit. CS, I'm just going to add it like that, and then I'm just going to attach it again. TR, trim and extend, and then I'm just gonna put this back to 1 because I wasn't planning on doing that. So now after that, go to insert, load family, and let's attach the sliding door. So here we have the sliding door. Want to press OK, and then I usually just load everything again and then press OK, and then DR for the door, and then usually we have the smallest one that they have, and let's add that one as well. Press escape and then escape again. Let's add in the line. So I'm gonna add a demolish line, 2 of them, CS, and then I usually add 2 lines to represent the rod. Press escape and then escape again. What we could do again here is we could load in the faucet or the vanity and then the toilet. So let's load family, go back to the main, and then here let's go to plumbing, architecture, and then fixtures. We have water closet, and then here we have domestic. I'm just gonna use 2D. Press open, and then CM. So CM, every time that you added something, you should add it one at a time. So load any family one at a time and then keep on adding it automatically. Because once you do, if you don't do that, you will need to go back here under architecture, and then you will need to click on component again. And sometimes once you add so many, it's hard to look for it. You can search it, but do you really know all the names? Like for this instance, we have M underscore toilet underscore domestic. So sometimes it will not show instantly. So my suggestion is to add, insert or load a family one at a time, and then automatically add it to your model. So now let's go back to insert, load family, and then let's add in some sink, and then we have vanity right here. We're gonna choose the round and then click open, and then here I'm going to type in CM, spacebar to change orientation, and then let's add it right about here. And then here we could nudge it more there. We can nudge this one right here so that we could push this one a bit more. And then after that, let's add the same line, the thin line CS, and then here we could just add the line right here to represent the top. There we go. So we have enough space for our powder room right here. In terms of here, we could add in our laundry. So click on load family, go back here, go back to the main, and then we have specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range, and then we have our dryer, and then we have a combo right here, washer and dryer combo. Let's add that. So click on open, CM again, and then we have our washer and dryer right here. Let's add it right about here, and then let's nudge this a bit upwards. I don't like the labels right here, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on edit type and then uncheck show label. So once you do, click apply and then OK, and then we have our washer and dryer combo right here. And then obviously we need to add in a sink beside it. So let's go and load a sink again. It's under plumbing again, architecture, fixture, and then sink. And then let's look for something that is appropriate for that. I'm going to add this one. Click on open, CM, and then let's add it right beside it. And then what we're gonna do is we're actually going to add in, so here I'm just going to extend this to this space so that everything looks proper. We still have space for storage right there. And then here I'm going to add a line again, CS, and then here this line will represent the top right here. And you want to make sure that everything is aligned properly, so should be like that. And then that represent the washer and dryer, and then the laundry space right here. And then we could add in a storage right here at the top. And then we maximize the space right here. Let's align this AL and then align this all together. So that looks good. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the powder room and then the laundry room, and then we have some storage here or pantry. So now we're going to continue working on this. I want to start adding the kitchen area right here. I'm planning to add a linear kitchen right about here, and then we will have a island right here, and then the dining area here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on section here. Section will provide us an elevation, and then it will give us a better look when we're creating our kitchen right here. So here I'm just going to flip it around. So here we have this flip section, and then we could just put it like so. If we click on this, it will show the door right here and then our wall, and then from here we could add in the top cabinets, and then from the bottom we're going to add it from here. So now we're gonna continue here. First, I'm planning to add our kitchen sink. So here I'm gonna load. We're already in the sink, so here we're just going to add in. So if you don't know where to find this, it's under plumbing. So go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then sink, and then we have some kitchen sinks right here that we could add. So now here we're going to add this big single kitchen sink. I'm going to click on open, and then CM. We're going to add it in the middle right so. So I'm going to add it right here, and then we're going to add the fridge. So load family, go back here to the main, look for specialty equipment, domestic, and then here mid-range, and then we have some fridge right here. So we're going to add one of this, or it's up to you which one you're gonna choose. I'm gonna choose this one. So I'm gonna click open, CM, and then add the fridge right about here. Spacebar to change orientation. So I'm just gonna give it a nudge because I'm planning to add a casing for this. Let's click on edit type again. I don't want to show the label, so it's distracting me, so I rather have this, and then here I'm moving everything else. So from here let's add in the case, so the base. So let's go to here under architecture, drop down, model in place, and then look for generic model, and then from here press OK. This will be, you can change it, you can put kitchen base, case, or whatever. I'm just gonna leave this name like that so it's easier for me. And then here I'm gonna click on extrusion, and then I'm going to change the material, and then from here you assign your materials. I'm going to choose a wood material first. So I'm going to choose a wood materials for all of them. And then here I'm just going to choose mahogany first. Click apply and then OK. And then from here we could put rectangle. You can, if you know the extrusion end, usually 900. If you don't, we could pull it up. That's why it's easy to use model in place, because it's easy to pull it up. But right now we know that this is up to 900. So here I'm going to add this one. So this is the base. If you click finish, and then if we see in 3D, and then as you can see, it is exactly right there. We're still going to add a top, but before we add the top, we need to add the kick plate. So to do that, I'm going to edit, or we need to create again. Don't click finish yet, because you're gonna completely finish the model in place. What you need to do is just from here, we finished the extrusion, but now we're going to void some part here. So click void sweep, and then we pick the path. So I'm gonna choose this one, and then from here click on finish, and then click on sweep again, and then click edit profile. So you need to do those sequencing so that you show this one. Now you need to click on rectangle, and then from here we need to create our kick plate. Mostly I'm gonna put 100 right here, and then here I'm going to just put 50 to make it simple, and so that you guys can remember easily. And then here click on finish, go back here, click finish again, and then before you don't do anything anymore, you can click on cut geometry and it will cut, as you can see. And then we know that we're going to add a case here, so we're going to move this one a bit, not too much right here. So here we're still right here. Now we're going to add the top. So create extrusion rectangle, and then we need to start from 900, and then we need to end it 925, so 25 millimeters or 1 inch. This one we need to change the material, and we need to add a stone material. So stone, we could use this to make it easier for us to remember, and then press OK. And then now let's just add a stone at the top. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. And as you can see, it's just a little bit at the top. So what we need to do is we need to go back to section, and then we need to just click on finish right here. We could just edit that later on. So here we could just nudge it in place. I usually like going past, and then AL, I'm going to align it, so it's easier for me. I know it's really flush. If we look at it at 3D right now, basically this is over this one, and we need to create a void again. So now what we need to do is go back to level 1, and then here we need to select this again to edit, and then to create another void, and this one is just a void extrusion. So this void extrusion, we want it to be around this part. We want it to be over, so that it's not blinking, because if anything is overlapping, exactly overlapping each other, it's gonna keep on blinking when you put it in Twinmotion, and that's the effect of overlapping. As you can see here, that's the blinking that I'm referring to, because it's just overlapping each other. Now I'm just pulling this out, and then I'm gonna click on cut geometry, and then as you can see the hole now there. We can see it better if I change it to consistent. Before, it's not nothing because there's no void. It was looking like this only. So now everything is good. We can pull this back in hidden. So it depends on you how you want it to look. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in a case here. I'm gonna add the case under section because I want to see everything. So here we could finish this now. We're not yet done, but we could finish this because we already voided the same generic model that we created. So now here we're just going to nudge this using our keyboard shortcut, and then we just need to add a case right here. So now go back to architecture, go to drop down model in place, and then another generic model. This will be generic model number 2, and then here press OK. Click on extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this wall. And then now once we select the wall, this will appear, and then you'll be able to create. So now it will extrude from the wall now, but when we're doing this one, we were in level 1, and the extrusion part, or where we set it, is in the ground or level 1. So that's why it's going up. This is going from the wall. So now let's add in a different material. I'm gonna put in a different stone, and then here I'm going to choose this one, click apply, OK, and then here I'm just going to put 0, and then here I'm just going to put 250 again. For now, that's just the default 250 because we don't know how we're going to extrude it, and then it's easy for us to extrude it manually. And then now click right here, and then we could start. I'm going to add the shape first, and then after that I'm gonna shape it right here. I know in this one it's gonna overlap, but we're just going to delete it. Here I'm going to put it around this height. I want it to be around, let's put this one around 2500, because once we add a floor, the floor will be minus 200, because the thickness of the floor will be 200. That's what I'm gonna set. So instead of this going from the floor going above, it will be around 2800 only. So now I'm still planning to add in something here so that we could add in some design. So I'm going to click on finish. We need to delete now this one. That's what we forgot to do. And then here what I'm gonna do is SL, that's split element. This is the icon right here. And then now TR, we're gonna trim this first, and then trim this again. Trim this first, and then trim this part again. So now this is just a casing now. Once we click finish, if we go to 3D, there's still room so that we could just extend this one. Now it's looking like it is built in for that space. So now we could just click on finish on that. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna come back to section, and then I want to add in the top cabinet. So here, let's go back to architecture, drop down, model in place. Let's save this first, and then go to generic model again. This will be number 3, and then now I'm gonna go to extrusion again, pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane so that we could do it the same thing as this, going front, but it's going to be a different material, like the ones that we did below, a wood, but a different kind of wood. So let's go with maple glossy. Click apply, OK. And then here we're going to add a rectangle. In terms of extrusion, we're probably just going to put it at around 400 or 500 just to be enough. And then here we're going to add our cabinet. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it to this top, AL. I'm going to align this, and then here I'm just going to drop this. I'm probably going to put this one around 600 or around 650 for the height. So once you're happy with this, you could go ahead and click on finish, and then if we see it in 3D, it will look like that. We could even start adding the cabinets right here. So let's go back to section. Knowing that we already have this, I'm probably going to edit this again, edit this extrusion. We probably need to change this to 700 or 750. I want it to be like that. Click on finish, and then again click on create, and then here I'm going to create another extrusion, but we're going to pick a plane. We're going to pick this plane so that we could have a cabinet right here. In terms of extrusion, we're going to put this one as around 25 only. And then here we're gonna set the same materials as what we have in the case. So what I usually do is click on rectangle, and then I create an offset which is 10, and then here I'm going to click at the corner, and then knowing that there's an extrusion, space bar or an offset, and then here I want it to be offset, and it will be inside of this, not outside like earlier. So I'm happy with this. Then I'm going to add a line. I'm going to change or make the offset 0, and let's add it in the middle. And then from here, click here, and then offset this one to 5, so that we will have 10 millimeters exact dimensions as the edges. And then after this, from here I'm just going to copy this. So copy command CO, and then here we're just going to copy it in the middle of this. We could probably add, so here we have this width, so around 1400, and then the 1400 we can divide it by 3, So 1400 divided by 3, it's around 460. So let's just put 460 right here, and then 460 again right there. At the same time, let's do it at the other side. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this, and then let's do a mirror. So here I'm just gonna mirror draw, and now we have it on the side as well. And then after that, SL, that's split. So we need to split right here, and then at the top, so all the way from the bottom, we're gonna split all of this. And then after that, we're going to trim it. And then TR, so trim and extend. So each and every one, just trim and extend. If you miss something, Revit will let you know anyway. So there's going to be an error message on the bottom, and then if you click show, it will show you where you miss it. So it's very good. It lets you know where you made a mistake and how to fix it. And then now you just need to click finish, and then we have our cabinets at the top. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to section, and we're going to create or edit this part. I'm gonna add in a void there. So here in section, I'm gonna select this. So we have edit in place, and then select this. We're going to create a void. So I'm just going to click on create, and then click on void, and then here void extrusion. And then we're going to pick the plane, and we're gonna select this plane right here. And then from here, we can add in a rectangle, and then from here we're gonna create an offset. So we're gonna offset this probably around 100 or 50. Let's do 50 for now and see how it looks. And then from 50, I think this is the best look that we have. So from corner to corner, we're going to add that, so that we could just do it similar to the others. I'm gonna redo this part. And then let's do this again. Click on offset 50, and then offset at the corner, spacebar if your offset is from the outside and you want it to be in the inside. And then once you do finish, from the start to the end, we want it to be -5. So after that, click on apply and then click finish, and then here we could go to 3D, and then here we could just go and click cut geometry. And then cut geometry and then click finish. It's not showing, so we're gonna undo that and then click on this extrusion. I want to start it at 5 instead. So now it's just going over, so it's not something that is visible if it's just on its plane. So cut geometry, and then as you can see, we can see the indented part, and it looks like a modern kitchen cabinet. So let's go back to section again, and then we're just going to add the one at the top. Same thing. Let's go to architecture, drop down model in place, and then click on generic model. That's number 4, and then this will be just a simple extrusion. We're going to pick the plane, and this will be the plane that we're going to use. Click on rectangle, and then here we're going to just use this, and then I know we need to just do 300 because we need to leave the 200 for the floor right here, for the space there. So I'm good with this, and then make sure to extrusion to be around, let's see, 200 first, or 600, and then we could just edit that later on. We want to make sure to change the materials right here, and then I'm just going to add in maybe concrete, apply, okay, and then okay, and then let's look at it at 3D. So I'm gonna push it more right here, so we have some space right here, and that looks nice. We could add in some strip lights or some spotlight right there. So we can click finish. Then again, we need to finish the base cabinet. So let's go back to section, and here we could select this and edit in place. Now we're going to create this extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to choose this plane. After that, we're going to do the same thing at the top. We're going to select rectangle, and then here we want it to be 25, extruded 25 inch. I believe it should be less, but let's just leave it like that, 25. And then here we're going to put in mahogany. As I remember, that's our wood that we put, or the finish that we put on the base cabinet. I do rectangle here, offset 10 millimeters, and then go from the inside. And then let's go to the corner right here. And then once you have the corner, let's add in the middle part without any offset. And then here, let's add in the offset. Then what I'm gonna do is, I'm just going to center this a bit from the faucet. And then from here, I'm just going to create the offset of 10 again. And then once I'm happy with this, I'm just going to copy this and then just estimate it around here, because I'm gonna add in some drawers. And then here I'm just going to eyeball it, and then I'm going to add some lines right here as well, and then offset this to 10. And then I'm just going to copy this to add more, and then add here as well, but I'm going to align it from what we did earlier. I'm just giving it some space, and then here I'm just gonna look for the midpoint, and then from there I'm gonna offset that AL. So I'm going to align it now, and then align this, align this, and then align that, and then offset this again, 10. And then after this, now we could start split face or split element. So let's split element all of this in order for us to add and have separation. So I'm gonna do the ones at the top first again and work my way down so that we're able to do everything all at once. And then now I could concentrate below. This is the tedious part, but once we're done this, it will look nicer. So now TR to trim and extend all the corners. So like I said again, if you miss one, Revit will let you know, and it will show you where you messed up. And then let's go and fix the one at the top first and work around that. So just be patient on this. And then let's do this as well in the middle. Okay, I think I'm finished. And then I could click on finish here. And as you can see, everything is looking good. Now, don't click on finish again. We could straight and create the void now. So void extrusion. it will ask you to pick a plane, and then we're going to choose this plane. Similar to what we did at the top. And then here, same offset, -5, and then 5. And then here, we're going to click on rectangle, and then offset 50. And then similar to that, corner to corner, spacebar, so that it will go from the inside. Just going to double check if this is aligned. So I'm just going to just redo this because I noticed that I didn't click on the corner. So spacebar again, make sure to click on the corner. If not, just redo it. Just adding all of this now. And then lastly, let's add it right here. And then we're ready. So click on finish and then go to 3D to see the change, and then click on cut geometry, and then now everything looks nice. And then click finish again. So that's how it looks. The one thing that I notice is there's still some gap here, so I'm gonna use align AL, and I'm gonna use my judgment that I'm hitting on the side right here, and then from this side. So now this looks really good. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it from this face and then up to this face, because we added 25, so everything is at least flushed, so it's not indented a little bit. So that looks good. So I'm gonna provide you with a link. This link will provide you with all extra family. It will be the handle, so once you download that, you'll be able to add in the handles. I created this handle, and it's a face-based family. You could just, once you download it, you could just drag and drop, similar to what I'm doing. Drag and drop, and then it will load, and then as you can see, it will go to the specific face that you want to. So as you can see, this is extruded on different size, and you can even put it anywhere else, so it's very convenient. So this will be provided as well. So I'm gonna click on section, and then here I'm gonna press spacebar, and then I'm just going to add it right about there. Once I add it there, I could just move ahead and then just add it right about here. I'm adding it right there so that I could move it above later on, and then here as well. So I'm just adding it those. Obviously we're going to add it here as well. I'm estimating it somewhere around here, and then here again. I want to be consistent, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add one, mirror it. I'm gonna mirror this one, and from the midpoint. There we go. And then I'm going to select both of this and then just copy from the corner, so that I could just copy it from there, and everything is good. From here, I'm just going to move this one right there in the middle, select that, and then type in CO to copy, and then I'm just going to click it and then add it from the midpoint right here. Same goes here. Once I move it to the desired location, I could click on copy and then add it where I want to. I'm gonna select that CS so that I could add it instantly, and then I'm just going to add it right there again. And then you could even align it all together. The ones right here at the top, and maybe right here as well. It's also aligned. Right now, I'm just going to select that CO and then grab it from there and just add it from the corner. So now everything is aligned. This is just a face there. We don't need to add a drawer handles there. And then here, we could also do that same idea. I'm gonna select this. I just want it to be somewhere in the midpoint, so that I could just select, copy, grab it from the corner, and then just add it, and then add it right here. So everything looks nice and good right now. If we see it in 3D, it will look like that. So before we finish, I want to add a backsplash. So I'm gonna do is go to section and then click on model in place again. This will be generic model again, and then this one will be an extrusion. I'm gonna pick the plane, which is this wall again, and then here I just want 10, and then here will be 0. I want it to be flat, and then I'm going to add the tile. So tile. So if we don't have tile, we can put mosaic. And if it's not there, we could go to tile, maybe ceramic tile, or yeah, let's this one, tile mosaic. Click apply, okay, and then here let's just put a rectangle, and it will be from corner to corner, and then click on finish. But we need to go add it from the side now. So if you see it, we want to add it from this side all the way up. So how I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna go back to level 1, and then we could add in, so we could click finish and then add in another section facing on the other side. So facing like that, that will be section number 2. And then here I could select this, edit in place, click on create, extrusion, pick a plane, it will be on this wall. So click on rectangle, I'm going to select from this wall, and then we could just align it AL, align it at the top right there, and then align it from here. And then we could just add this one, going up. And then here we could just delete this, TR, trim and extend. And then we're good. So click finish, and then finish, and then that's how we're going to create our kitchen. So we're gonna continue this on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish this part. Now we're gonna continue by adding the island. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to level 1, and then from here we're gonna create the island. So let's go to architecture and then click around here, model in place, drop down, and then here generic model. I'm just gonna press OK, and you can even put or rename it as island, but for me I'm just going to use that name right now. And then after that we're going to create and then click on extrusion, and then here rectangle. In terms of extrusion, I'm going to put it at 900 and then from 0, so it will be set on the level 1. So if you even wants to see it, you can show it, and this is on level 1. So that's how you determine where you set it. In terms of material, we're going to put a material right here, and then we're going to put it as a wood material, and I'm just gonna choose one of this and then click apply and then OK, and then now we can start adding our, we're gonna use rectangle, and then we're gonna start adding our kitchen island. I'm just going to add it like that, and then this will be around 1500 is good enough for me, and then around 3200 so that we have enough space for this one. After that, once you're happy with your width and depth, you can click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, and then here it's just a box like that, same height as the top right here. We're still gonna add a top again, but right now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in the kick plate here. So here what we're gonna do is we're going to click on create again, and then click on void, drop down, and then here we're gonna click on void sweep. We're gonna pick the path, which is what we're doing right now, picking the path around here. If you don't want to, well, we don't need to, because we don't need to add the ones near the wall or beside the wall, because it's not going to be visible anyway. So once you're happy with that, click on the finish, and then click on modify again to show this, and then click on edit profile, and then here this is where we're gonna add the rectangle again, similar to the kick plate. So I want it to be 100, and then here for the depth around 50 is good enough, and then click finish, and then go back here and then click finish. If you want to see it, now you need to click on cut geometry, and then there is your kick plate there. Now you need to click on finish. Oh no, sorry, before you click finish, we could also add in the top. So now I'm gonna add the top. So click on create, click on extrusion. Now you need to select this extrusion, or we need to set this. So we're gonna force it, we're gonna manually set it to the location. So now we're gonna pick a plane, press OK, and then select this faced. And then here we're going to change this to 25 because that's the thickness that we want for our top. And then here we're going to change this to the stone again. So we're going to use field stone. I believe that's the one that we use right here. So replace, and then same thing, click apply, and then OK. Now we need to set it at the top right here. It will be just the same width and depth, and then click on finish. And then once we see it right there, it will be just at the top there. So now we could just click on finish to finish that part. We need to load the range hood and then the cooktop. So now let's go back to level 1 because that's where we're gonna add that. Go to insert, load family, and then we need to be on the specialty equipment, which we are, but I want to show everybody where it is. So it's specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range, and probably we could choose one of this cooktop. It depends on what you want to add. I'm just going to add this electric or this cooktop gas. It looks much better with the grill. And then here type in CM, and then the cooktop is showing. I'm gonna put it on the edge a little bit in the middle, and then I'm just going to manually add it there. I don't want the label again, so I'm going to select that, edit type, and then uncheck this show label. Press OK. Now we're going to load in the range hood. So here click on this again, and then I believe the range hood is at the back here, which is in the high end. And then after that, I believe the one for the island range hood. Click on open, and then CM again, and then here we just need to place the vent below here. So once it's placed there, we need to change the elevation of that. But before that, I want to select that and then remove the label because it's distracting us. And then here we already set up one of the section. This is section number 1. You can double click, but we already have it. Here we can see that there is a silhouette of the range hood, so you can just select that, and then you could use your arrow key to move it upwards. So I'm just gonna use this to move it above. So I'm just gonna pull it up like so, like that, and I'm happy with how it looks. So that's looking good. If you notice, it's not showing all the grills. That's because we need to be in the fine detail so that this will show. And even for the doorknobs, it was in medium first, it's not showing, but you need to be in fine in order to show all the details. Usually manufacturer hides those so that it doesn't become too much for the computer graphics. It will load faster and everything like that. So that's why they do this. So now what we could do is we could load in the dining area and then the living area. So now let's go and click on load, go back to the main, and then click on furniture. Here we could click on table. For the table, I want to add a rectangular table. This one will be good. I'm gonna click on open and then CM, and then I could place it here for now. And then here, this is bothering me, so we can actually just delete this now. If we need it, we could add one again, but it looks like we don't need it at the moment. So we could just delete that. And then here, you can select this dining, and then as you can see, there's a lot of preloaded dimensions or sizes. Let's try this one. It's still looking too small for me. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit. I'm going to duplicate this, and this I'm gonna call it dining table, so that I know that this is the one that I'm gonna edit. In terms of width, I'm going to change this to around 1200, and then the length, I'm gonna put it at 2000. So that's how easy to change or to create another table if you have a good family or block, because sometimes some of the blocks it's hard to change it. You need to actually change it here in to edit family, and you will need to do everything. So here I'm just still gonna change it. I want the length now to be around 2500. I think we could do better in terms of the length, and this one it's a lot better. So I'm happy with this. And then now we can add in our chairs. So we need to go back here, go to seating, and then we need to add this one. Click on open, and then CM again, and then now we could add on one side first, and then once we add it on this other one side, we could add for the second side, and then use mirror command to be precise. So capitalize on the mirror command, and then here let's load more. Let's add in this one. This will be the bench or the bar height chair. So I'm gonna use this just to show that we have a bar height here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add something, an overhang, so that it doesn't look like that. So here I'm going to select and then select this in order to have an overhang, and then just imagine this is a lot taller. So now if we're in level 1, it will look like this. There's an overhang with the table. So I'm happy with that as well. And then let's add in some seating right here. So let's load on the family again, and then one thing that we're going to add is the Corbeau sofa and Corbeau chair. So I'm gonna load in the Corbeau sofa first, click on open, CM, and then I'm going to add it right there. So I'm gonna add it right here, and then press escape, and then load the chair as well. Click on open, and then CM, and then let's load it right about here. Then obviously we could extend this more. I like to extend this in order for us to have a credenza on this. So I'm just going to put this one around 1200 from this line, which is the C grid. So that is a nice addition, and then this one is around 3000 will be good enough. So 3000, and then I'm just going to add it right here, and then we could just have a bench here, and then I'm going to add a credenza right now. So load here, go back, and then we could add in a storage, and then we have a credenza right here. Click on open, and then CM, and then add in a credenza right there, and that's looking really nice. I want to align it so that it's fixed right here. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to extend this. So here I'm gonna select this edit type. We have just a sofa here. There's only one. I'm just gonna duplicate this. I don't want to ruin the first dimension. So here I'm going to change this dimension to around probably 3000. Let's see how it looks. And then in terms of 3000, I think I'm good with the 3000 length. I think it's good enough length for a coverage. And then here I'm going to edit this again, and then in terms of depth, I think this depth can do better, around 800. So that's good, around 800. And then as you can see, we have enough room here to go around. And then here we can just move this one maybe around here. And then here I'm going to edit this the length a little bit. So 2850. I want to add an end table right about here. So that's why I wanted to put in some space there. And then let's click on load, and then go back, and then table, and then we could just add a side or night table, side table. Click on CM, and then add it right about here. And then we could just move it a little bit there so that we have spacing. Click on load. I want to add a coffee table, so we have a coffee table right here. And then click on load again, CM, just add it first, and we could edit again. Select this one. We have, I believe, 3. Let's see the biggest one. We need to click on spacebar to change orientation. And this one, this looks nice on the area, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. Then we're just going to add in some lighting here. So click on load, go back to the main, and then go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then let's look for, we're gonna add a table lamp. So we have a table lamp right here. I'm gonna use this. Click on open, and then type in CM. I'm going to add it here for now. I know it's not showing, but if we create a section, we'll be able to see how it looks and how much we're going to change it. So here what I do is I use align AL, select here, and then select the bottom of the table or the table lamp, and then it will automatically go up to the correct elevation. So here you won't be able to guess it's 762. So you really need to know create a section in order for those ones so that you will know. So now we don't need this anymore. We just want to find out how high it is to be added at the top there. So for now, we're gonna finish here and continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the kitchen. We already added this, and then we also added the island and then some of the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this by going to level 1. What I want to do here is to add the entertainment system or entertainment. So here I'm just gonna move it a little bit right here, and I think I need to make this one shorter. So in terms of width, I want to put it around 2600 instead, so that we have enough room right here. So I'm happy with the spacing now, knowing that I could add the entertainment system right here. So before we add it, or before we insert it, I want to check the dimension. So here I just tap in on my tab so that to be able to have it onto this side of the wall. So here as well, I'm clicking on that. This is 4970. So now let's go to insert, load family, and then go back to the main, and then here go to furniture, and then storage, and then here we have entertainment center. Click on open, and then CM, and then let's add it. So click on spacebar and let's add it right here. Click on that, edit type. We have some, basically 2 of the dimensions right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate it again. This will be entertainment center. So I'm gonna put it there. Click on that. Now I know the height should be around 2800 minus 200 for the floor. And then here, if you notice, it wasn't aligned here, so I'm gonna align it again using AL and then edit this. So now I know 4970 is the width, so I'm going to edit this again. So width, the height, the width, 4970, and then the depth, I want it to be 500 instead. So now I have this one. I'm going to align it again, AL, and then right here. So now it's snuggled there perfectly. If you want to see where the center is, you can create a section, and then from that section we could see what it looks like. So now it looks like this. Let's edit this one again, and then here center width, let's make it around 3000. If it's too much, we could edit this again, and then let's change this to around 2500. Click apply. Okay, and then I think this is good enough. We can then add in a TV. So load family, go back to one spot, and then here we have a flat screen TV. Click on open, CM, and then spacebar, add it right in the middle, and then go back to section, and then here you can see how it looks. AL on this, and then right here AL. I want to just put it up first so that we could see the base, and then from here we're gonna snug it in and then change the dimension right here. So edit type, we have different kinds of size already, but I want to make it bigger. So here I'm gonna edit, duplicate, I'm just gonna name it TV, and then here diagonal, let's make it around 3000. So let's put it at 2300. There we go. So now we could just move it like that, and then it's kinda in the center. So I'm happy with what we've done here. We can now delete this and then delete this as well. We can just press OK on that and then click on save. Now next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add the sliding door. So the sliding door is in the same folder. It's basically right here. You just need to download it. Once you download it, just drag and drop from the downloads folder, and then once you drag it, here I'm dragging it for the first time, it will upgrade itself, and then once it's ready to, or once it's been upgraded, we could add it right here, and then from here we're going to determine the size or the width. So just wait for it to be upgraded, and you will know once you have it. So now here we could actually add it, but I'm gonna add it here for now, because if I add this one right here, it will show me some error and it won't let me add it because it's too much width for the base. So now we have this 5300. We can select that and then edit this. We could now then sliding door width should be around, I said 5300. So we could do 50 or 5000. Let's do 5000 so that we have some gap on the sides and it's not in too much. So here I'm gonna select that CS, and then here I'm just going to add this one right about there. I'm gonna flip it where the handle is, and then here we could this one, we could delete this one now. Select this again, and then we're going to fix this a little bit. You could, if you want to be open, you just need to click on that to be open, and then you need to click on edit. We need to change some of the here. So here 0 gap, so just put 0 on those, and then I believe that's good enough. Click apply and then OK. And then this is still, there's a gap here, so right here insert 0. So now it looks like this. It still looks good, especially when it's nugget like that and we have some gap. It's not over too much right here, so that's good. So I'm happy with how it looks. At least you'll be able to go to your backyard once you do. And then obviously we still need to add some glass here, some windows. So we're gonna do that right now. So go to architecture, click on wall, and then go to drop down, click on curtain wall, and then here what we could do is we're going to add the curtain wall right about here, space bar, because I want it to be from the inside, not from the outside. As you can see, it automatically go about that. I still want some gap because I don't want it to be looking like it's all the way right here. It still needs some support. So after this, I'm gonna click on cut geometry. You need to select the wall first and then the curtain wall. Once you finish that, let's look at it at 3D, and it's looking like that. We need to drop it down a little bit. For this one, the height is, let's see what's the height on this one. For the height is 2400 sliding door. So we're gonna maintain that 2400, knowing that there's 200 going down here, so there's a little bit of gap to show that there's a wall there. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one again, and then we need to minus 600. So now that everything will be leveled, so that's what we're gonna do. And then after this, we could then add the curtain grid so that we could place our mullion. So it's under architecture, and then here you can click on curtain grid. Just stick to all segment, and then here what we're gonna do is it provides you with the midpoint. So here I think it's easier to show it from the bottom. So here the midpoint is 3250, similar to the other side. So it's basically providing the midpoint. So I usually like to see the midpoint first, and then we could divide that again if we want to the middle, or divide it by 3. So we could basically do divided by 3. It's basically snapping. So here it's saying the same thing, 1083.3 on all of 3. So that's how you do it. It's basically snapping if you want to divide 3 of them. So it's snapping like that. So I kind of like that. And then here what we're gonna do is go back to architecture and now click on mullion, and then I'm usually gonna put all grid, but we need to change this. Instead of 50 by 150, we need to 50 by 65 rectangular mullion. And then after that, just simply select here, and then as you can see, we have our curtain wall right here, and that looks nice. One thing that I want to edit from here is, instead of this one to be bench, I want to change it or to move it right here. The reason for that is so that we could add a curtain wall here or a window so that natural light can come in. I think that's the best way of doing this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this CS, and then here I'm just going to add it right there. And then here, the sliding door, CS again. And then here, the line, CS. And then just add it in the middle. And then there's two of them. And then now, we could just remove this. And then remove the lines. And then now we have more space here. We could just add in a bench. So here, we're going to just go to Insert, Load Family, and then now Seating. And then we have a locker room bench. That's a perfect one for this space, CM. And then here, we could just add it like that. We could align it properly. I'm just going to show this, AL, and then click it like that. And then now we'll be able to add curtain wall. So I'm just going to select this, CS, and then here we could just add it. I'm gonna add 3 of the same thing. So select this, CO to copy, and then 600. So the spacing is 600, and then I'm going to select all of them and then move it, just eyeballing it in the middle. Same thing right here, CS. We're going to add a window at the top portion only, and then here as well, so that there's some natural light coming in. And then here, what we could do is we could show the stairs, because we're gonna add a stairs right here as well. But before that, let's finish the windows on the first, and then let's add the floor. So here, click on Cut Geometry, Wall first, and then Window. Wall first, Window, Wall first, Window. So that's the step that you need to do so that you can cut it properly. Because that I copy here, all of them copy the same height, but obviously we need to pull this one up because we just want it at the top level like that. Then I'm going to align the same height right here and then up to there. For this part, I'm just going to move it a little bit at the top. Just give it some height, and then AL again, and then do the same height on all of them. So I'm happy with that as well. And then here we could just delete this. So I'm gonna delete that now. And then as you can see, this one looks nice now. And then now, let's add in our floor. So there's going to be just 2 floors. Usually you can do a floor right here, a different one, and then right here as well. But for now, I'm gonna do grass here, and then here is a stone. So let's go to architecture, click on floor. So here we could edit this one, duplicate. We could just call it floor number 1, and then press OK. And then here, click on edit. This one should be 200 thickness. And then here, for the material, what we could do is we could click on or look for a stone finish. And then let's use rubble just to differentiate. Click on OK, and then once you do, let's click on pick line. We're gonna use the one from the inside here. Okay, so we're going to add from the inside, So just click on all of the inside of the wall. Except for this part. We still want this one to be from the outside, because if we cut it from here, this will be grass. So that doesn't look good. So here, what we're gonna do is we're going to add the grass right there, the stone right there, and also we're going to add the grass from the ground area. That's because this is above ground. So I just want to point that out. So here we have everything added, and then we could just click finish. And then if we take a look, let's see if everything looks good. So we have this one, and then now we could go to ground, and then from ground we need to add floor number 2. So we need to duplicate floor number 2, edit. This one will be grass. Click go up, click apply, OK, and then OK. And then now select here, we need to add it right about there. So don't worry, we're going to add a stairs, and then here just click on finish. We're also going to add concrete here on this. So we could add concrete now. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate this one, and then edit again, and then here concrete. And then here we have different concrete. Let's just add this one. Apply, and then select rectangle, and then here we could just add it right there. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So right now it's just looking like this. What we could do is we could select all our exterior wall, and then here we could base constraint it to ground, and then here we could do that the same thing. So only exterior walls, and then obviously we're going to pull this one out. We could pull this one out and then add a different wall onto this side. So trim and extend on this part, and then here that's the only thing that I don't like on this part, is it's overlapping. But that's the thing though, if we pull that out, it will be looking like it's. So what I'm proposing to do is just click on level 1. Let's select that, and then just move this one a little bit. Edit, just couple of notch to go inside, and then let's see how it looks. It's still not good, but just undo those. I'm just gonna undo the changes except for this one, and then we could just deal with that later on once we do that, because this one we need to change the base offset. So now we could just edit this one again, and then let's see how it looks without it overlapping. I just don't want the overlapping of the walls. It doesn't look good. So now that looks much better. I like how it looks. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the floors, and then we also added the windows, and then this sliding door. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What we're gonna do is, we're gonna start off by adding the stairs. So let's go to architecture and then click on stairs, and then from here we're going to add the stairs by just running through here. Instead of 17, I want it to be so around maybe 10, so 5 each side. So I'm just gonna make it okay, click OK, and then I'm gonna run it from here. So let's run it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And then as you can see, it's saying how many that you created. So we created 5 already, and then after that we're going to go on the other side, and then here we could just add the remaining. I want to go parallel to this, so everything is just a U-shaped stairs. And then now we're good. What I usually do is click on finish first. Once I click on finish, I then do what I need to do, like moving it to the corner, and then now we just need to edit so that it's snug around here, so it's not showing. So here I'm going to edit this again, select that, edit stairs. Now instead of 1000, around maybe 950, so that we could have the gap. This one as well, we need 950 as well, so here 950. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to move this one going on the other side. And then as you can see, we just need a little bit more, so probably 900 is good enough. But this depends on the building code in your country. So it really depends what's the minimum and maximum that you have. And then here it looks like we could just snug this one on the wall. So we could just select here, click on finish, AL, align it from this wall to this wall, and then that's looking good now. There we go. So now we have this spacing right here. We could go upstairs, and then we have enough space for this landing and also for this landing. So that's looking good. What we can do now is we could create the stairs right here, and then we have a stairs also right here and then in the front. So we're going to start here first. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ground, and then here go back to stairs, and then let's just add a stairs run like that. So it already showed me that I need 4 stairs, so I don't need to do some editing anymore. I'm gonna check it out right here. I'm gonna remove this railing, We don't need this. And then here, what we could do is, I'm going to change this to a monolithic stairs. And the issue we have here is the height. So here what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna select that. Let's force it to go up. So now, so I think not the depth, we need to change it from the riser point, because as you can see here, so edit that. So with the width we could change that manually, but the top relative top height we could change that to maybe 900. So here we could just say 700, and that looks nice. I don't like this angle right here, so what I'm gonna do is, let's just finish here first and then edit, and then type mark is right here. We have the zigzag cut mark symbol, so that's fine. Rand landing thickness, so 300 concrete cast in place gray, that's fine. Run type 150 and also good. So now select that again, edit type. We need to check right here, run type, and then we have structural depth right here. So what we're gonna do is, this is cast in place, so that's good. Step, if we do step, it will look like this. So it's still a step right there, so we're gonna do that not here, so we're still going to change this, and then here the structural depth around 400. Let's make it 500 so that it's not noticeable. So now it will be like a block now, so it doesn't look like the others. So now we could go back to ground, and then here we could just edit the width manually. And then here I'm just going to push it all the way on that side. And then we're going to add a wall right there. So if you look at it, that looks really nice. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. And then here we're just going to click on edit and then duplicate this so that it doesn't change. So I'm gonna CS, or not, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just going to copy this, and then here I'm just gonna leave it at number 1, and then here I'm going to rotate this RO 90, and then here we're just going to snug it here, AL, and then obviously we need to make it smaller only on this part. We don't need to make it big. So that's good enough. And then here I just want to double check the materials that we did here. It's also a cast in place, So I'm just going to change this because that's the same materials that we have on that. So I'm just gonna put this one lightweight. That's one thing that I noticed, because if we change the material right here, it will change here on Twinmotion. And then I'm going to copy the same stairs right here, AL. I'm gonna align it through the wall, and then here I'm going to edit type and then duplicate this. This will be monolithic stairs number 3, and then here we're going to change the depth for sure. So here, instead of 275, we're going to change this to around 600. Let's see how it looks. I want it to be big one, so the depth here should be the one that been changed, not that part. So I'm just going to leave it because this one is good, this height. This one should be, make it 200 for this one. I want this one to be maybe fit enough, but this one is good. I just want to deal with the depth first. So here, let's put it at 600. Now it's looking like that. I want to see it before we approve it. I think that's perfect. And then I just want to change the height. Maybe we could just change it right here. Right there. But the calculation, I don't think it will change. Function. This one, let's change this to 6. So I'm just going to undo that. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this again and then change the top offset to around maybe 100. Make it 200 or 150. I think that's good enough. And then if you don't want this, just edit this again and then go back here and change this to 600. So everything is good. Here as well, I'm going to edit. I believe we did 150, I believe. And then that one is still looking good with the spacing. And then here we could just put it to up to base constraint ground. We might edit this or trim this one later on to change the look. So depending on later what we decide. I'm planning to add a wall right there. So go to ground, click on architecture, click on wall, and then we could just base it from the interior wall. So reset, cancel. I'm going to select the exterior wall, CS, edit type, duplicate. This will be exterior wall number 2. And then here we could just change this to a different material. I'm just gonna use this. And then after that, ground to level 1. I know level 2, but there will be a top offset so that it's not too much, so it should be negative 1500. So here I'm just gonna add it. I'm not going to stick it yet to the wall because I know I need to verify this first. So I like the height. So now we could just attach it again, and then that's a different materials right there. And then now that we're here, I want to add the grounds right here as well. For now, I'm gonna add it some grass, so CS on that grass. I'm just going to go around here and add it. And then let's add it like that, and then around here. I'm just going to align it on this, but we need to trim it first so that it's easy to align everything. And then AL, and then there's a grass around here. If we see it, it will look like that. I think it's better if we add something right here so that it doesn't look like there's a step there. So obviously we're gonna add some bushes right here, and then here I just want some separation from this spot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on model in place, generic model. This will be number 7, extrusion, and then we're going to add something here again, different stone material. Let's do a slate stone, and then here we could just add a rectangle like a planter box, and then an offset of this is around 30. Click on finish, look at it at 3D, and then just pull it up just around that part, and then go back again. We're going to add another extrusion, but this will be grass, and then here let's just add grass. And then click finish, and then pull it up again. Something like that, a planter box, just to change something right here. Click on finish, and then obviously we're gonna make this one nicer. And then here probably we're going to extend this, but with a model in place so that it looks nicer with a different finish. So I'm gonna trim this first, and then we're going to connect them all together. what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna connect this one. I'm gonna edit this one, so that everything is connected. So here I'm just going to add this, and then trim this around. And then for now it will look like this, and then obviously we're gonna keep on editing stuff once we see that it needs to be changed like this. So everything is looking good. We could edit this. I don't need this right here, and then here. We only need it on this side because those are the walls. And then we could change this to glass. It will look nicer. There we go. So now it's looking much better. Only have the railing right here, but here we edited and we have something like looks like this. I'm going to edit this stairs. So let's duplicate. This will be main stairs, and then here let's change this to none. So it's looking like this. So if we don't have it, what I'm planning to do is just have a support at the top, so middle support, because I don't like the stringer right here. So we could just do this on the later part. For now this is looking good anyway, so let's just do that once we get to, the chance to do the second floor. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the stairs for the interior and then exterior part, and then also we added the floor and anything else that we need to finish up on floor number 1. Now we're gonna continue here, and then we're gonna start off by adding the second floor. So let's start by going to level 2. So double click on that under the project browser, and then here what we could start doing is to lay out our second floor. So what I'm gonna select is I'm gonna select the exterior wall right here. This is exterior wall number 1, and then type in CS. So once I do that, I'm gonna make sure that it is up to level 3, and then the base constraint is level 2, and then we already have it wall center line, and then chain is checked. So here I'm gonna zoom out, and then I'm going to click on at grid B1. After that, go all the way to grid line B3. I'm just gonna zoom here so that we know that we're adding it in the correct spot. So I'm just gonna redo this one right here and then add this one B3 and then going all up to A3. So this is grid line 3 and then click on right here. And then after that, zoom out again, A4 and then all the way down. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're going to make sure that this is at 13,500 millimeters. So here I'm just adding it right here and then going around here, and then after that around 1850 going across. So here this is 13,500 and then 1850 to go across here, and then again I want a 1400 going up, and then here we need to go all the way right here up to this grid line. This is grid line number 3, and then go up again. We're going to put this at 1000. So 1000 right here, and then now we're just going to align this one right here. So AL, grab it there and then align it there. And then here what we're gonna do is we're just going to go across here. So I'm gonna grab it here, and then I'm going to just fill in this. So CS, just same layout from below. So now, as you can see, it is very confusing knowing that the underlay is turned on for base level 1. So you just need to go on your property, go to underlay, and then range base level, change this to none, and then those will disappear, and now we could gladly create our interior walls and those kind of stuff. So now we're gonna continue adding. So right now what I'm planning to do is I'm just gonna click on wall and then look for interior wall number 1. I'm just gonna use that, and then here I'm going to add a wall just in the middle for now, and then press escape and then escape again. So this wall I want it to be around 4750 from the wall from here. So that's the length, and then after that I'm gonna select that again, and then I'm gonna grab it from here. It's saying that this wall from here is 2820. I'm gonna change that to 3650. So now we have our corridor. I'm gonna select this interior wall again, CS, and I'm just gonna close it off. So now this one is our first bedroom, and then we're gonna add in another bedroom, which is right here. So beside this stairs, we're going to add a wall right here, and then a wall right here as well. So we're gonna box in that wall, and then here we could just connect that. So as you can see, it's very easy. The location of our stairs, just box it in. And then after that, we could just align this, or we could add in the same wall, interior wall. Select that, and you want to check it, and it's better to have it link right here. So I'm gonna AL, and then let's align this, and then now align this again to this face. So everything is aligned. We can then join them all together, and as you can see, that looks nice. And then again, we're going to extend this wall all the way here. So we're just gonna grab this and extend this all the way there. So now we have 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, and then the 4th bedroom will be located right here. So here I'm gonna select this wall again. This is the interior wall number 1, CS, and then let's add in a wall from here first. We could actually join them, and then here, this is 3000. We're gonna change that to 4100. Let's make it 4000 instead, just to make it even. Then now, this is the look that we have here. And then now, we could change this and add a wall right here. So I'm gonna add a wall, select this wall again, and let's change this to 1500. And then again, CS, another wall. I want this one to be 1500 again. So now this is 1500, this is 1500. I want to see how it looks. So this is 1300 from the inside wall. Let's change this to instead 1700, and then 1700, both of them. And then now we want our inside to be 1500 each. That's why we need to extend that. So that's 1500, 1500 from the inside dimension. So after that, let's add in some walls right here. This wall. So here, select that, CS. I'm going to add a wall right about here. And then select this, and then grab this one and put it right here. I want this one to be around 2700. And then let's grab this again, CS, and let's put it in the middle. And then I want to see the dimension from the middle. This is 1310, and I don't like that. So what I'm gonna do is, this one is good enough because we could have a shower here, and then, but this part is something that I don't want, because I want it to be at least 1500 from the inside. So now this is 1500 from the inside. We could just leave it like that now. At least there's enough room for us to have here for our washroom. Now I'm gonna select this wall again, CS, but after that I'm going to change this wall, these two walls right here that I just add, and then make it interior wall number 2. This is for the closet. So here I'm just putting this one around 700, and then here we could just extend this or not, depending on the door that we're gonna add. Now that it's here, we could add in our closet as well. on the other side. So CS. Here we're going to add in a closet. So we're going to add a walk-in closet right here. And then here, I'm going to select that. And then this one is around, we could put it as 1700. Okay. And then here we're just going to align it so that everything is aligned. And then here we could just put 700. And then we could add in something right here later on. And then we could access the washroom right here. And then the room right here will also have an access for the washroom. And then I'm going to select this again, CS, and then here we're going to add in a closet for this one. What I like to do is I would like to align this one right here before I join them all together. So now we have an access here. I like it around 600 to 700. So that's good enough for me. So this bedroom has a closet. We also have this one. This one is a walk-in closet right here. And then this one has a closet. So we could add this one a closet as well. And then in terms of size, 700. And then here we could just maneuver here depending on the size of the door. So now this one looks good. I'm happy with what we created here. So for everybody, so that you guys can visualize, let's add in the door. So click on the door right here, and then let's look for the single interior panel first, and then let's add in around 800 by 2000. So here I have the 800 by 2000. You need to press your space bar to change orientation and the side. So if you put your crosshair on the interior, it will go to interior, and then outside if you put it on the outside. So here I'm just adding this. Let's add this one as well, right about here. And then also right here, this is the entrance for this bedroom, and this one as well for this bedroom. This is the entrance for this bedroom, and also this is the washroom entrance for this, and then washroom entrance for this one. So as you can see, we can extend this if we want to. So at least they will have a decent space for the closet. So now what I'm planning to do is adding the sliding door in order to show where is the closet. So click on door again, drop down, and then I believe the sliding door is right here. We could add this one first and then see how it looks. So here, once you add this one, as you can see, it's still too small for that. So what we could do is you could just go drop down and then change it as you go, and then it will change it as well once you change that. So it will expand as you go. Maybe 1800, by 2000 is good for this space. CS on that, and then add it right here. Let's add this one right here. And then on this side, what we can do is we could just add. So here we forgot to add the door for the main. So I'm just gonna add the door for the main like that. And then here we're going to add annotation. So go here, detailed line, demolish. So let's add demolish first. So add demolish right here. So 2 of them. And then here, this is to represent the rod. And then this one as well for the rod. And then after that, let's add this one, an L shape for the walk-in closet. And then after that, click on detailed and change this to thin line, and this should be from the outside. This kind of detail it depends on how your company likes or how they do the details. So for me, what I learned is just adding a broken line or a dashed line, and then a straight line like this, or a continuous line. So now I'm happy with what we created here, and then let's just continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we started adding level 2. We added the walls, doors, and then also some of the closet. Now we're gonna continue working on this. As you remember, we already have the toilet in our ground floor. So for us to pull it up, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to turn on underlay base level to level 1. So I'm doing this in order for us to grab this. So I'm gonna select that CS, and it will be added into our level 2. So now we just need to keep on adding those. So I'm gonna add one right here. I think here is the best. So I'm gonna add one right here, or about right here. I think this is best. And then we could put the shower right here, and then the sink. And then here we're going to add it right about here. And then before we do everything else, I know it's kind of confusing, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull out anything that we need to add. So similar to this, the vanity, just to make our life easy. So I'm gonna pull that up, and then here, even the side table, I'm gonna select that and then add it around here, and then the light. So once we add everything that we need from below, we can then turn this off. So I'll go to underlay again, put it to none, and then now we just need to add all the details and all of this in this area as well. So here, let's add it on this side, and then this one should be on this side. And then the toilet will be right about here, and then here as well. And then this will be the part where we have our shower, and we're just adding those information right now. And then once you're ready, once you're finished adding all of those, now we could actually add our shower. So let's go to insert, load family, and then go to plumbing again, architecture, fixtures, and then we have a shower right here. Let's load this and then type in CM, and then as you can see, we could add it right about here in the corner. And then from here we could see the distance. So 1420. I'm going to duplicate this. Number 2, let's try 1420 on this one. So it's on the other side. So what we need to do is just pick it up again, pick new host, and then here, so select that, pick new host, and then here we could just add this one. So it's not letting me add, so what I'm gonna do is CS and then grab it from there, and then just delete. So I'm happy with the location right here. Then let's add same one, CS, right about here, but as you can see it's not exact. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get 1500. So here I'm going to duplicate this again, and then 1500. Now it's all the way to the wall, and then we just need to add one more here, knowing that everything is 1500. So we have washrooms, shower, and toilet. And then now to add more detail right here, I'm gonna get the thin line right here, CS, and then this will represent the vanity work surface or vanity top, and then here as well. And then we could just extend this one right there. So this one is too precise there. I want to see if we could just add it right there all the way. So I believe that's good enough. We can change this to 750 by 2000 because of the spacing. So I'm happy with what we have there. Here we could just move this one like so, and then here same thing. Just to finish off the detail, let's add the line right here. I'm gonna move this one a little bit there, give this one some space, and then add another one, because this is the main bedroom, and then having two is a must in terms of what people are looking for when you're designing. And then here as well. And then here we could just add one, will be enough. And then put it right there in the middle. So now I'm gonna load the bed so that we could see the orientation that we want to. So here I'm gonna go under insert, load family, go back to the main, and then look for furniture, and then beds, and then here I'm just gonna use this bed box, and then from here CM, and then let's add in the queen size. So space, and then let's add queen right here. We have some space right here, so we could actually align it later on. So we could just still move this one, and obviously we're gonna have some balcony right here. So I'm gonna make this one all glass, and then here we could put this bed right about here on this side, knowing that we could add the side table on each side, and then this will be all glass facing outside. And then here what we could do is we could have this one facing like this, and then with both, and then we could have some desk here with the chair, and then here what we could do is we could add this one. It's either or, you could have it on this side if you want, or on this side. So it depends on how you like to show. So I'm just gonna add it like this for now. We could still have this one with the glass. We could even add it a balcony if you want to. Okay, so now that we know where the location are, I'm gonna pull this one. I'm gonna move this all the way to the corner, and then here align it, and then what I'm gonna do is copy that. We can even use our mirror command. So now we have that one there. We can even select that CS, and then instantly add it to our beds. So to make your life easy, there's a lot of ways. You just need to know and practice what you're doing. Even though it's repetitive, there's always a better way on doing stuff to make it easier and faster for you guys. So here I'm just adding all of those. And then the good thing about CS is it recognizes whatever height you put on the first one that you copy. So we copied it from the bottom, and as you remember, we check the height on where we are gonna put it. So we did even add a section in front of that so that we could see the actual height that it needs to be, so that it is in the right elevation. So now we have it like that. This will be a balcony, so not all of them will have a balcony. This too can have a balcony. So let's add in the curtain wall. So here I'm just going to add this one. Space bar, I want it from the inside. spacebar again here. I want it on the inside. I want the window right here as well. And then I just don't want it to be all the way there. I need some gap there. CS again. I don't want to keep on looking on those. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a curtain there, and then curtain wall right here as well. We can add some lights here, so I'm going to add one above here. We can also add one here as well, and then here we could also add on the side. So here on the side as well. And then I'm just gonna flip this. And I believe we have everything. Let's add in some windows here as well. So before we finish, I just want to add the desk here. So I remember we already have, or we're gonna insert a desk. So let's go on table. Here we have this. I believe it's already loaded. I'm just gonna over like that, and then here CM, type in CM, and then we could have to look desk. So here we have a student desk, and then I'm just going to add it right here, and then also a chair. So go back here, seating, and then let's add an executive chair. So CM again, and then just add it right about here. That's perfect. So let's go to our 3D view, and I want to, before we actually go there, I want to cut geometry all the windows. So I'm gonna go to modify and then click on cut, and then here we could just select, we could even have multiple cuts to make it easy for us. There we go. So everything that we touch, it will be cut, and then here as well. So I believe all of those have been cut, and then now we just need to go to our 3D view and then set the proper height that we want. What I'm planning to do is just grab it. We could just top offset this to maybe negative 400. So now we could just use align and set all of this to negative 400. The faster way of doing this is we should have add one curtain wall, and then we change the height already, and then before that we could CS that and then add those so that all the height is already on this height. So that's something that you can do in the future as well. so that you don't need to keep on doing this. But this is something that it's okay. It's not something that it's gonna be tedious. If you have a lot, that's probably a good thing to do. Here I'm just gonna set the height for this. This is around base offset 2000. So let's make it consistent, and then AL, I want it to be here as well. So these are the ones that will have some balcony, and this one will not have. So 400, and then AL 400 on the other side as well. 400 here, and then 400 here. So I'm still figuring out if we should add something right here as well. But for now, let's just leave it like this. So I'm happy with this. And then before we finish, let's go back to level 2. I want to add the roof. So what I'm gonna do is, we're in level 2, go to architecture, and then click on roof, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be roof number 1. Edit type, this will be 200, and then we could just add clad white for now, or anything that is white, or we could just even do a gypsum wallboard. Oh no, let's do a clad white so that we could change it. Our gypsum wallboard, I'm just gonna leave it a gypsum wallboard. And then here, what we can do is change this to level 3. But we're in the view of level 2 so that we could see everything below. In here, let's undo this. Click this one again, and then uncheck define slope. Make sure to uncheck that so that it's not a slope. It will be just and then here, just going around here, I want to make sure that there's nothing right there. Here I'm just connecting everything, and then select this again, and then now let's click on finish. Look at it in 3D, and then here we're just going to select all the exterior part by clicking on tab, and then as you can see, all the exterior wall is highlighted. And then from here, we're gonna put a top offset of 600. Click apply, and then there we go. That's our roof. It's a flat roof, and then we have a parapet. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to do the second floor. Now we're going to continue on this. Let's go to level 2 first, and let's add in the floor. So once you're here, go to architecture and then click on floor, and then let's add in a new one. So edit type, we need to duplicate this floor. It will be floor number 4 now. Edit, and then let's leave the thickness to be 200, and then let's change the material. I'll probably use gypsum wall board and then just duplicate this. So go right here below and then click on duplicate. So it will duplicate itself, and we'll be able to just use the same characteristic as the gypsum wall board, and then press OK, and then OK. So now here, what we can use is the pick line, because we're going to click the interior part of the wall. So here I'm just gonna go all the way around here, and then we're going to clean it up afterwards. One thing that I want to change is I want to actually just push this back and just leave it leveled. I think it will be the best. So before I do that, I just want to add the floor for now, and then to clean this up. I think we're good. We just need to delete this, and then click finish, don't attach, and we have this one right here. And then we can actually just push this one back. I want to maybe, I'm just going to delete this wall, AL, and then unjoin them, unjoin, delete each instance. And here we can rotate this similar to that, and then space bar to rotate as well. And we could just add it right here onto this wall, because we're going to just delete this and then trim and extend. And then we could just simply edit this all as well. So we could delete this, delete, delete, and delete this, trim and extend as well. Don't attach, and then let's look at it. We can change this now to maybe a consistent color so that we could see what we're working on. And obviously here at the top, you could edit the way this one looks as well. Delete this one, and then just trim and extend, TR. This is for the roof. And as you can see, this one looks good. I know this one, we actually removed the way this one looks, but just because we're going to do something else in terms of our design. So here as well, we could delete this. So we're just going to have one single curtain wall window right here. So at the next step, I'm planning to do some model in place. So now I'm going to go to our south elevation, and we're gonna model it. So here, let's go to component, model in place, and then go to generic model. And then here, let's add in an extrusion. And we're gonna pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall right here. And then after that, we're gonna change this extrusion to maybe 500, And let's change this one as well. I'm gonna use gypsum wallboard, but a duplicate again. Click apply, okay, and then set. Pick plane again. I'm gonna attach it to this wall, and we're going to attach it above here. Thinking of maybe up to this part, and then around 800. So let's be exact here as well, so that it's consistent with the way it looks. And then just delete those ones right there. Click finish, and I want to see it in 3D so that we could manipulate this one. So we're gonna push it back a little bit and push it forward. And then maybe we're going to we're gonna create a void. So we're going to create void and then void sweep. We're gonna pick the path. We're gonna pick this path right here, a very simple one, and then click finish, and then go back right here and then edit profile. Now we're going to create our own. We could go to our south elevation so that we could see how this one looks, and I'm gonna use this one. This will be my void, so it's going to be slanted, and then click finish, and then click finish again, and then you can cut geometry. And then by simply doing that, as you can see, it looks really good. You can edit a little bit because I don't want the look right here. For some reason it didn't go all the way, so it left some space there. So I'm gonna edit the sweep. I'm gonna check why. Maybe because it's not 800. So I'm going to edit the extrusion. Go to south so that we could see it. So this is 800, and then this is, I thought so, so this is not 800, so it's actually 930. So that's why it's leaving that space right there that is not extruded or voided by that. So yeah, just by simply adding this, as you can see, it looks really nice now. We can even slanted it more if we want to, but I think this is fine. And then I'm going to add another one, maybe up to here, going down, and then going across here, because I want to add another model right here as well. This one as well will be the cover for this, and it will be a cover here as well. So I'm gonna do that, but before that I want to lower this wall, and then this wall as well to be lowered. Let's see why it is not giving us that one, because we need to lower this one, so it's overlapping. this one, what we can do is we could attach and then attach it there, so it will form itself. Here, maybe I'm just gonna delete this. Alright, it's actually because of this wall, so I'm gonna push it back. There we go. Now it looks good, it's flat, so we don't need to worry about that. And then now what we can do is go back to south elevation, and then we're gonna do the same thing. So edit profile, we're gonna click extrusion, we're gonna set it, and I'm just gonna leave the same material. I just want it to be white, and then set it on here. So now we're going to go a little bit at the top here. I'm going to do 300 and then 300 below as well. So just give me some time. I'm just going to add this first. I want it to be all the way right here. And then here we could just change it. I want to move it closer maybe, or yeah, I'm just, we could put it in the middle right here like that. And then here, let's make it 200. The reason for that is so that we don't go over certain lines like this. So 200 and then 200 here as well. And then now we could just trim and extend and delete anything that is over. So we can delete this and delete this. Here I'm going to move this right here. Click finish, and we could expand it more. And to be exact, I want to know the extrusion. So here you can do 1200 from the wall. Go right here and then expand this one as well. And then we could just move this one right here, because we need to separate both of this one so that we could add in a separation between two balconies. So that's what we're gonna do. So if we check it, it will look like that. We can even change this one to maybe realistic, not retrace. So sorry, I'm gonna stop this. stop, close, and then here realistic, so that we can see it much better. And then go to south again, and then we could do some extrusion. Here we're gonna do 3 lines. So here, model in place, generic model, or we could just do the same thing here, but a different material. So here, set, we're gonna pick the wall, we're gonna choose this wall, and then I'm going to change this to maybe so opaque black. We're gonna duplicate that, and then I'm going to add this one right here, so I know it's overlapping. But what we can do is we can do 2 separate. We can do 300 and then 300 here as well. You just need to pick this up and move this one so that you can change it. And then now click on finish, go to 3D again to see how it looks. We can move this one like that, something like this. I think that's good enough. And then here we're gonna do the same thing. So let's go to south and then create extrusion, opaque black, and we're gonna do $300, and then once you have the 300, click on the tab and then copy it. Obviously we need to space it properly, so for me I'm just gonna eyeball it. I think the spacing is good enough for this one. Or what you can do is you can even draw a line, move this one, MV, and then look for the midpoint. So you can even put it here for now, MV again, midpoint to midpoint, and then delete. So we're basically in the middle. Go to 3D and then maybe just align it. Same thing here. There we go. And then we can click finish. And by having that, as you can see, it looks really good. We have that separation. We can even slant this so that when it goes down, it's slanted. And then we could just leave this one not slanted at all. So we can do that as well. But those are 2 separate void, so we can do that. So for now, let's leave that and let's plan it on how we could do that. Also, one thing that I want to remove is I just want to remove this door. I think it's irrelevant to have access here for the laundry, so might as well just have it here and then you can access it from there. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Yes, let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to model this. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is go to south elevation again, and I want to edit this one. So I'm gonna edit this. We're basically going to move it all the way at the end, and then we're gonna delete this window because we could extend this a bit further. I'm gonna edit this one as well, edit sweep, not this one but the extrusion basically. Second, let me figure out this one. I want to edit the extrusion, and we always need to go to the south elevation so that we can see what's going on. So here I'm just gonna extend it a little bit more and then click cut geometry so that it cuts there. Also, let's go to our level 2, go to south elevation so that we can delete this, and then level 2, and even in south elevation we could extend this a bit more. There we go. And then here, level 2 again, I want to at least move this back right there, and then I'm going to make this fine and shaded so that we could see it much better. Edit this one, and then let's add 3 as well. Copy, something like that, so that we could copy the how it the spacing basically, and then copy again so we have the same spacing. We can extend this now. I'm going to extend this all the way right here, click finish. And then we could extend this one, there we go, and then this one as well, so we can maximize the glass on those areas. And then what we can do now is we could add our curtain grids. So here I'm gonna put at least 800, and then here 800 as well. Go back here, and then we could just rotate this and pull this one a bit there. So proper orientation for that one. I put it here so that this is where it will go, and then here, because of course if you put it here, there is a desk right about there, and here the person that is sleeping here shouldn't go all the way on this side so that they could open the door here. So might as well just leave it like that. And then after that, I'm going to maybe 3 times more, and then here we have enough, so go in the middle and then add like that. So we have the curtain grid there. Let's add here. Let's go back to south elevation first. I want to align the way we have here. There we go. So this one is aligned, and then come back here and add curtain grids in the middle. I'm going to delete this window right here, and then here I'm going to make 4 equally distance for this one, and then here on this side just put it right there, and then the middle as well. For this one, I don't actually want to add a window here, but if we have, you could leave it like that, a small one, so it's either or, because we have a big window over here, so we could just delete this one. So that's good right there, and then let's just double check everything. We could add this part as well, but I want to add the same material, so gypsum wallboard number 2, and then I'm going to create and then extrusion, save it here for the materials, and set, pick plane, and we could just add it here, and then we could do the same thing what we have here. I'm going to go to one of the elevation. I think it's either east or west, so it's supposed to be west. We can change this so that we could see maybe consistent color, and then find, and then here we're going to do the same thing. So click here. I want to add over here 500, then here 500. And then now we should trim and extend, and then delete this, and then trim and extend. Click finish, but don't click another finish, because we're doing, what we can do is push it back, something like that. And then this one can go all the way down, so we could just do that all the way down. Something like that. But we're going to do the same thing here. So we need a void sweep. So pick path. I'm going to use this one right here, all the way down. So now what we can do is click finish here, go back and edit profile. Now we're going to edit. We can go to east elevation, or sorry, west elevation, and then create that. Click finish, and then finish, and then cut, and then finish again. So in 3D we have something that looks like this. And then obviously, so we're going to change this, and then here I'll probably going to maybe, yeah, just leave it like that. I think that's perfect. And then we're going to add this one as well. Edit, extrusion, set, pick plane, and then we're gonna select this one again, west elevation, and then here we can do 200. Thinking of adding somewhere here. There we go. And then just change the thickness. And then now trim and extend. And then just uncheck those. I'm going to move this one all the way there, and then I believe I can still add the two, so I'm going to edit this again and then just add this one like that. And then while we're still here, we could do the same thing here. So here we have 1200. I'm going to do an extrusion of 1200 as well. And then we could do the same thing here. So just 1000. And then we're going to copy this. And then I believe this is 300 each, no, 200 each. So we're going to create an extrusion. Important here is to change this. Apply, set, and then go to west, and we're gonna do the same. And then just align it, and then we could do 3 of them at 1000. Click finish. We could nudge it in place so that we could still create that 3. Copy. And then copy again. There we go. Click finish. So we have the one at the back. The only thing we need to do, I believe, we need to extend this one a bit. Not this one, but this one. There we go. Not too much. I think that's good enough. And then cut geometry, don't forget. And then now let's add in our curtain grid similar to this. I'm going to probably extend this to whatever this one is. There we go. There we go, extended. And here we could just move this one all the way. I'm going to align it right there, and then add 800, and then 3 of that. And then here we just need to add it in the middle, so the midpoint, and then just keep on getting the midpoint of each so that everything is equally added. And then this one as well. This one we could do 3. So now we can just add mullion, and we're gonna choose 50 by 65, then all grid. So click that, click all the windows that you created, and that's good. And then this one, for some reason we have this one, so I'm just gonna delete that. And then the ones that we have, actually I'm just gonna leave it like that. We could select this one. We need to insert the door first. And then load this single glass curtain wall, and then here we could change this one to a door. Don't worry about orientation, we could do that later on. Select that, change that, and then this one as well. So just keep on clicking tab until you have this one highlighted and then being changed to a door. And to change the orientation, you need to go to the floor plan and you need to flip it. So this one is flip on the proper side, but the orientation is not. Flip this one and then orient. So since that we're here, might as well add the balcony railing. So what we're gonna use is a curtain wall as well. I want those glass only railings. So I'm gonna use curtain wall, and I'm just going to add something like that. And then in terms of height, we need to work on that after. I want to flip this one and then go to 3D. This one is still too high, so I'm gonna lower it a bit. So maybe negative 800, 1800. I think that's perfect. So we could just AL, align it like that, and then use this one and do it the same thing. So it's your decision now if you want to remove the one at the bottom, the mullion on the bottom, because if it's a door, it doesn't need to have this one, right? So for this one, you could remove this and then remove this one as well. And then make sure you don't have any gap or offset. So here we have offset. Sometimes it just creates it, so you want to make sure it doesn't have offset so that it's flushed. So no more offset, so that's good. Everything is flush accordingly. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the mullion, and we worked on the back right here, and also we added the railing that we use curtain wall, and then we also added the curtain wall single glass door. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do next is I want to create something right here in front. Also, I want to change the material for this front here. Also, I'm gonna change this one. So for example, if you go to level 2, the way this work is, this one is the longest one. I want to change that by going to modify and changing the wall joints. So now here it's showing you that this is the longest part. So what I want to do is click next. So now the joining is different. It's still a butt, but I want to square it off on this side. Also, if we go to level 1, here it's the same thing. So I want to change the wall joint. So here I'm going to make it like that. So simple stuff like that I want to change now, because for example here I want to change the paint here to something that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna change this one right here. We just need to click paint, and then we need to choose something that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna use this one, and I'm gonna click on this. So I'm only on the front face of this, and then I want to change this one probably or the front face here. So I'm good with that. So we have here and then here. And also we're gonna change the wall here. So hopefully we haven't used this yet, so I'm gonna use this one on this side. So before we do anything else, let's go back to bamboo, and then we're gonna do the same thing as what we did here. So I'm happy with that. Maybe I'm gonna do, I'm just going to do this part right here, and then this will be just white. So now that we have that one there, what I want to do is on this side now, I want to add something here. Over on this side, we have to add also maybe a wood material. So in order for me to do this, we need to go to level 1 or level 2, and then on level 2 we will do that. But for now, we could go to architecture here, model in place, and then generic model, and then here we could choose this extrusion, set, and we're gonna pick this wall right here, or this ceiling right here. Now that we have there, we need to set up a wood material that we haven't used yet. So here, go to wood, and I'm gonna randomly choose one, apply, okay, and then we need to just add something right here. And then if we go to level 2, we'll be able to see this further. So here, I'm just gonna do that, escape. So we need to show the underlay. So here I'm gonna do level 1, and we can see that one. So we just need to select this again, edit, select this one. You can edit extrusion again, and here we could put 5 or 10 is good enough. So here, level 2, we can see that we have the one right here. It's good. And then we could do is on this part. I think that's good enough. Trim and extend, so TR, and then here, and then delete the rest. And we can click here. Let's close this off first, and then click finish. And we can see that everything is right there. We just need to locate this part. Let's click finish first, and we need to locate this part because this one is, let's attach it to the ceiling. If not, we could just negative offset, maybe negative 150 only on the base, so it's hidden now. So I'm good with that. And then after this, I'm gonna do the front or the wall now. So the way that I'm gonna do this is same thing. It's gonna be easier for us to just do this. Same idea, but using the wall. We could go to south elevation so that we can see it much better. Extrusion, pick a plane, and then this wall, we select. Make this one 5, and then another wood material that we're gonna reuse to form similar to this, similar to the idea of this. So let's go and go wood, pull up 36H, apply OK, and then we could just add this one right here. Click finish. So we have it there. Now we need to go to level 1, and then we need to create extrusion. We need something like this. We could go 20, 20, 20. And then in terms of extrusion, let's put 2500 first. We need to have it all the way to the ceiling. Click finish, go to south elevation, and then we just need to pull it up to the ceiling. So AL, there we go. I find it too small, so let's go to level 1 again, edit extrusion. Instead of 20, let's do 50 by 50. I think that's good enough. And then go to south elevation again, and then here we could click on array, and then click on last, and in this one we need to estimate. So I'm gonna put 20 first, grab it from the corner and to the corner again here. As you can see, it created this distancing. We can change this. I want it a little bit more, so I want twice of it, and then I think that's good enough. And as you can see, we just need to edit one of this. We can even edit this one, edit group, and we just need to pull it down. Okay, click finish, and everything will follow through. So we have that one like that. Of course, we're going to do a different, maybe the same one to make it look nice. Same material. So we're good with that. And then here, I want to edit the way this one looks. So instead, right here, I want it to be bigger or wider. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see on level 1, we can edit more. Even the stairs, we're going to edit stairs, make it wider here, and then I want this one to be smaller. So that we could make this stairs a bit wide. I'm still gonna center this one right here, so don't worry. We're just cleaning up. this one as well, make it white, and then let's move this one to the side. So that everything looks good. Check your 3D, and we could make this one bigger, so we can duplicate this one, main door, and right here you can change the width. Let's make it 1200. That looks good. Wanna put it here in the middle. You can even make it, let's change the height. So within the height, make it 2500. Yeah, that looks much better. Main door, then we have this one right here. And then here, I want to edit the way we did here. I want to add lights already, so I'm gonna edit, and I just want a light all around here to be added already. So I'm gonna create sweep, and then I'm going to pick path. Let's select this path right here. I want to make sure that this connects, so it doesn't. So we need to make sure that we're picking the correct. The problem is we cannot see, so you can do a wireframe, and we could just add this one. The issue with that as well is we're not going to be able to see the lights anyway, because we have those corners right there. So what I can do is I could delete it from the group. So I'm gonna click that, finish. If it's more than, we need to double check. So there's our problem. The way the top is overlapping. So we need to finish that, edit profile, and then let's go back to that top portion, and we need to create this light right here. We can put it 20 by 20. I think that's good enough. Click finish, and then finish, and then here materials, we need to change it to luminaires, luminance, so this one. Press OK, and then finish, and then we could go back to consistent color. So we have those lights right there, and then if you want, you can edit this, grab this one, ungroup this, and then you can delete this one as well, ungroup, and then delete, and then click finish. So now we have something like this. You can do realistic if you want. and we have those lights around, so it's gonna be showing for sure, so that's good. So it's actually up to us if we want this wall to be all the way here. We could just push it on this side if we want to, but for me, maybe we could just leave it like that. Extend this one. I want to extend this, so unjoin them first, extend this. Exterior wall right here, and then the flooring, we need to edit this one. We could put grass here actually, so grass, extend it a bit. We can extend this one as well, and it's better if we extend this to all around. And then trim this one like that. So that's looking good. We have something like that. And then let's create the grass. So CS, what we can do is we can do grass and this one. So what you need to do is you need to create this. We will have those paths, so we can start from here. Copy, something like that, and then after that we could just extend this one, and then just keep on copying this. So to copy multiple times, make sure multiple is checked. And then we could just simply add, keep on adding. So now we're here. Probably going to delete this and then click finish. And then this one, CS on this, and we could just add those floors. Same goes. Copy CO, and then just add the same one. Click finish, and then here you can select this height offset, probably around 20 only, so that it's a little bit at the top, so you can see there. And then obviously it needs to be on the ground. There we go. So everything is good there. I'm probably going to add a pole here on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to model more. We actually made this one bigger. we extended this as well because we're planning to do the pole here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to change this location, so the location, even the location of this window should be changed on this window as well. So I'm gonna move this one right here. I'm gonna delete this so that we'll be able to move this one, and then let's just add the glass window here. Also, this one should be on this side. So now we could go to our ground, and then let's just select this and then MV to move this one right here, and then this one should be moved as well. So get it from the corner, and then we'll be able to edit this part like that. You can even touch it with that. And then after that, let's go to architecture and then wall again, and then curtain wall added here. And then go to modify, cut geometry. So select the wall and then the curtain wall. And let's go back to 3D to see how it looks. It went all the way up, so we just need to drag it. So I think this one looks good like this, and we do the same thing that we did. Add the curtain grid, and then add the mullion. All grid 50 by 65, and then select that. So that looks good. I think it's much better in terms of the look when we added that. Also, I want to just change this one, the backing, because it's transparent. I don't like the look. Even if it's here, we could just change it now, right there. So at least we can see it much better. So that's fine. And then we could then add the swimming pool. So let's go to ground, and then here we could edit this boundary right here. I'm probably going to move it here for now, and then this floor should be edited, duplicate. It should be a different floor. So this is concrete lightweight. I'm just going to duplicate this because I want a different flooring for the surrounding of this. So I'm gonna edit of the pool that we're gonna add here. I want grass all around, probably here. We have something that we have here. We can actually add, like for example, a dirty kitchen here that we can have access to. So I'm going to extend this a little bit, maybe around 2000 from grid line A, and then here I'm going to edit. I'm gonna use pick line and then go around here, delete this, TR here, and then TR here. And then in terms of where the grass will be, we can add some grass right about here. And then obviously we need an opening for the pole. So I'm gonna put the pole right here. Something on this. Can extend it a bit. We just need some space for walking onto here. And we're good. And then I'm probably going to have, I'm gonna connect it to the wall first, and then maybe up to here, connect it like that. AL and then TR. So trim and extend here, trim and extend here. Click finish. Let's continue this. So trim and extend, trim and extend. There we go. And then we just need to edit again here and add a pick line here and then here. So let's trim this, trim, and then trim here. So now we have our grass here. Let's see how it looks. So it's turning out really good. We have a dirty kitchen here that we could add. So basically it's the same height as this. You can do that later on. And then we need to create a wall. So I'm gonna create a wall. So here, let's do exterior wall. Let's set constraint. Here, after that, let's edit this one, duplicate, and then edit again. And then we should add, let's duplicate this one. Ceramic stone, click apply, okay, and we need to copy that so that we could apply it to the base. So here we're going ground to top for now. Let's add this one to the exterior wall. So added. What I do is I just add it first and then I'm going to change it using here. So base offset, so unconnected is going up. I want my top to be the ground and then my base is unconnected, so we could do -2000. So now it's flipped. I want the top offset to have at least 50 at the top, so it's a little bit like that. And then, so if it's 2000, I'm good with that. We just need to go to ground again, and we need to create a model in place too. We need the floor and then a water. So let's go generic model and then extrusion -2000. So extrusion solid ground, and actually we could just manipulate that later on. It's better when you're seeing it so that you don't need to do all the assessment again. So I'm gonna just add first, go to 3D. As you can see, you just need to drag it down. Even like that, it's good enough. And then go to ground again. We need to create another one. but this time it's water. So we need to go to the materials and change this to water. Select that, press OK, and then select finish. Go to 3D first to change it, and then from here we need to lower it a little bit, and then click finish. So that's about it on that. So now I want you to go to part 1 description of this video. There will be a second link, all extra families, and we have a pole ladder that we need to download. So once you download that, you just need to go to the downloads folder and drag and drop. So once you drag and drop, you can just add it. So for example, this one can be on this side. I'm gonna add it here, and maybe, yeah, just add it there first. Go to ground, and you can see where it should be. So it should be on this side, and then just nudge it in place. It needs to be like that, and as you can see, everything is touching properly. So that's how we created the pole. And then now go to ground again, and we just need to create a table here because we have a dirty kitchen. So generic model, and then here we could just do an extrusion. $875. Click finish. This one we can do another wood material, pull it up, and then with the same material, no, actually with this one, we just need a stone material again. Create extrusion, set, we're gonna pick the top here, and then just 25. And then that is a stone material. You can choose one, like for example this one, and you could just duplicate it for now so that you have choices later on what. So we have that one there. Go to ground again, and we're just going to add sink. So edit, let's add insert. Actually, just add it first like that. Load, go back, let's go to for specialty equipment, or maybe plumbing, architecture, equipment, fixtures. We have sinks here. Let's do this one, triple CM, and let's just add it here. You can definitely move it around if you want to, and then why not just add those burners there. So go back to the main, go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, cooktop. We could do gas here, and then CM, let's go back and try the high end. Cooktop gas. So this one. CM. And then we could just add it like that. Then let's remove the label. We don't need that. And then if you make this one fine, you will see all the grills. And then obviously you could have this one move here. If you want it to look properly, not like this, to have those openings, what you need to do is select that, edit in place, void form, void extrusion, and then just add a void extrusion on this parts. I'm going over so that you can see all the walls there. I'm going to go 3D, and then you need to go above and below. Okay, and then cut geometry. Now you can see everything, and then click finish. Here you don't need anything because it's placed on the top of this, so you're good. So now you have a dirty kitchen here, and it's up to you now to add those what we did here, like cabinet doors and everything, to make it look nice. So it's really up to you now to do that. I already shown you how to do it, and then maybe I'm going to delete this so that this will be consistent with just one grass part. Edit. I actually want a bigger lawn, so might as well just, maybe I'm going to add it from here. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna move this one, actually align it here, and then trim this, and then trim this one, and then for this I want to maybe move this one all the way here, a bigger backyard. I'm just going to add some space here for walkway, and then trim this one. There we go. And then here, edit this one. I want it to be all the way here, all the way there. Use this, and then trim and extend. And I'm going to add something here, align, and then close it off. And then now a bigger grass part, and also we have this one here. I want to have an access here as well, so let me add this one. Let me just edit. And maybe I could extend this one. No, actually it doesn't look good if I do that, having a cross here. So it's, yeah, I think this one is good enough. I'm happy with this. And then we could extend this a bit. Yeah, even the walls. I'm just going to extend. I'm going to align it, and then align it here. So now we have bigger areas to work with. We have something here and there. We could just edit this one, edit the stairs, and then we could just move this one here so everything is touching and there's no gap. So we're good with this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish adding the pool, and then we added all of this, like the backyard, and then we extended a bit of this one. So now, I'm planning to do is add lightings, so that once we're in Twinmotion, it will really pop out our model. So first thing I want to do is for you guys to go to the second link again on part 1 description, and because we need to download those lighting. So I have this spotlight light base that is squared, and also I have a square, so circle and square. So I'm gonna download both of them. So once you download, as you can see, here's the square base, and then here's the circle base. So I'm gonna add in, I'm going to change the orientation of my model, and I'm going to just drag and drop this one, and as you can see, it will touch on any face of the model. So here I'm just gonna add one. I'm gonna add one right here as well, and maybe I'm gonna add one here. So I'm gonna add most of my lights here as well, and of course in the garage, and we're gonna add here as well. And then at the back, we're going to add here, and then under here. So I created this one. I use a face-based family template because I want it to be flexible enough that I'll be able to add it on any face that I want. So that's the good thing about this one. So now what we can do is go to level 2, and as you can see in level 2, we can see our lights there. Let me double check if this is the light. So actually this is the light that is popping out. Let's go on the ceiling plan, because we can see this one is the one that for the ceiling here, so it's highlighted there. So here in ceiling base, I'll be able to see where I could put it. I'm just eyeballing it now. I'm going to add it in the center, and then I'm gonna put some right here, and we're gonna nudge it in place because I'm just gonna eyeball it. And then I'm going to do is 1000. So I'm gonna copy this now, and then I'm just gonna go to the center of here. If it's go over, that's fine. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to limit it to 4. So once done, I'm gonna copy it again, and then move this one onto this side now, and then just center it a bit. Here, this is where the top of this one is. I'm going to just add probably maybe 2 of them, not to overpower, and I'm gonna maintain the 1000 distance. here as well. I believe this one is this one right here, so we need maybe 3 of them. So I'm gonna copy this. I think it's already a bit in the center. I'm just gonna center it a bit more, maybe I think 4 of them can go, and then just nudging it in place. After that, let's go to level 2. Let's remove the underlay. And here it's not showing, so let's go to level 1. Level 1 ceiling plan. And then here we could just add something like that. Same thing, let's add maybe 4. Actually, we could do 5 here at the back. Let's look at it at 3D to see. Maybe it's not adding too much. I think 5 is perfectly on those. And then after this, go back to level 1. And we need to work on this. I'm going to center this first. And 1000. And then just nudge it in place to be in the center. So it will be going on these areas. And then we already have lights here. I'm planning on adding lights on the stairs as well. So here, this one probably we need to make it 2000. And then here, let's center this. I think that's good enough. Want to make sure that everything is aligned. That's good. And then copy CO again. This is 2000. And then 2000. There we go. And then you could just select everything again and then nudge it in place. Something like that. I think that's perfect. Even it's not aligned here, that's fine, because this has its own. We need lights here centered at least, and then here it's perfectly placed equally there. So now we have lights here as well surrounding there, and then we need lights here. I'll probably add it on this, but we need to go to our south elevation, and then here we need to delete this. We forgot to delete that. So now we need to go on model in place, generic model, and we need an extrusion. Pick a plane, and we're gonna set this one on here. Extrusion, this one can be 5, and then here it needs to be luminance like that, and we add like that. This one should be around 10 only, and then finish. So we have one there. I want to add another one, so I'm just gonna actually two more. I'm just gonna copy it first, and then here I'm gonna pick, and then we're gonna pick again here, and then we just need to put it in place. So we're picking the face and then just moving this one. There we go. And then this one as well. Let's move this one. And then move this one below. And then as you can see, everything is in their own face. That's the trick on that. So you need to copy first. So I copy two, and then I pick again for the faces. So that's finished there. Then actually, after that, let's add here as well. So we're gonna use our west elevation, and then we're gonna hide this first. So hide, so that we could see this, and then we could grab same one, edit, extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this one, and we're gonna do the same. And then 10. Save, finish, and then after that copy again. So we need 1 and 2. So 2 of them, copy, and then after that select it again, and then pick new, and then pick new again. And after that you just need to fix it, move, and then MV again to move. Do it here. Move first, and then MV to move it again onto this part right here. Let's look at it the 3D first, and then let's just add one more. Copy first, select that, pick new, and then add it there. Move it, and then move it down. MV to move it down. And then before we go back, let's just unhide the wall. Let's go finish first, and then let's unhide it. So there we go. Unhide, and then click close. Go to 3D, and we have those lights there, linear light. And then after that, what I want to do is to go to architecture and click here. Let's add a sweep. So a cornice, I want it horizontal, and let's just leave the thickness like this. Click that, edit, and then let's change this material. Let's change to another wood material, then apply, OK, apply, OK. So now it's like this, Let's go to south elevation so that we could add it nicely. So I'm going to copy this. I think the distance is good enough. And then copy this. Like that. Like this. If it's gonna hit this one, I'd rather have nice multiple ones. So I'm gonna just copy this and just keep on adding. I'm gonna delete the one right there. For some reason that one didn't, so we need to investigate. So delete this, select all of this, visible, and then maybe nudge it in place, delete. I think that's good enough, and then just copy this. And then maybe here, one more. There we go. So that looks good. Edit. I'm gonna change the profile. This one looks nicer. You can create your own profile if you want, but we have another problem here. I'm gonna edit, or just simply select all of them and then just nudge it. Okay, I think that's good enough. I'm happy with this, even though there's windows there. Let me see if we could just put one. I think that's good enough. Just slightly. No. I think that's good enough. At least one got hit, but the rest is good. So having that is good enough. So I'm happy with that. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add lighting We added the lights right here under the stairs, and also above here we added the one that I asked you to download, the face base square. And then we also added some right here into our backyard with the pool. So we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do next is just to go to the ground floor and just pull this back a little bit. So this one, I'm going to pull it out until probably right here. So before the D line, and then maybe this one as well. So I'm gonna align it perfectly. So this one right here to this, and just for that we can see that everything looks good, because we're gonna add in our side. Basically we're gonna recreate the site now. I'm just gonna build some houses on the side just to make it populated when we're creating our views. And then we're gonna create the streets. So right now what we're gonna do is, let's go to ground and click on one of these floors, CS on this, edit, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 6, and we're going to use probably a concrete precast, and then duplicate that, because I can't remember if we used that already. So just adding those ones. I'm gonna create our streets now. So here I'm just going to create this big one right here. We need to align it here. So AL, select this one right here, and then like this one, I'm making it around maybe 20,000 for now. I know it's too big, but we could we're gonna add, like for example, side street here, or we're gonna do a side street and then some grass portion as well. So it really depends on what we're gonna be able to create. So right now I'm gonna add this one. I'm gonna make sure to add them all throughout and click on finish. I want to see it how it looks. So it looks like this, so that's fine with me. I want to add, go back right here, a model in place. So click on component, model in place, and then generic model, and then here go to extrusion, and then let's select the material that we're gonna use, concrete, and then one of the concrete right here. Make sure the ones that we haven't used yet, and then let's add in maybe a part of this, the sidewalk and grass. So most of the time sidewalks are 2,000 or 2 meters. So 2,000 right there, and then I'm gonna create one concrete side here. So this one should be around, yeah, we could do 1,500. That's too much, so to 1,500, and then this will be another patch of concrete right here. So around 600 is good enough. And then we're just going to align them all together. And then what I want to do is do it on the other side, so that we don't need to do it again. And then here we could just edit later once we create the two houses on the other side here. So we could just edit that later. Let's focus on this one first. And maybe I'm going to add this one here as well. So 2000. Let's make this one 2000. And then let me know what this part is again. 1500. And then this one is 600. And for this one, we just need to basically add this and basically grass part around here. So we could just call CS on this one. So for this one, I want at least 150. And then we need to $1,200 on this. And then let's change this to 1200 as well. And I'm going to pull this back a little. This one is around 400, and then pull back, and then 400. Okay, so now we have something like this. We can now click finish. So that's good right there. I'm gonna edit extrusion again, and we're going to add a grass top here. So grass, actually just finish this and then create another one. This one will be grass. So most of the sidewalk in Canada is similar to this, so that's why I'm trying to just replicate how it looks. I wish I could just do this one all together. And then I'm just going to add this part right here. Now I'm gonna click here and then trim next turn. That's good right there, and then here, and then delete this part. And we're gonna do the same thing. And then here, let's select this one and this one as well. Click finish, and let's see which one is making some problem. So we could just clean it up, and let's see it in 3D. So that's fine with me. I'm probably going to make it 100 instead, and then 100 here as well. I don't want it to be too tall. And then I'm going to add same thing here. Actually, I forgot to add edit extrusion and then add this part right here. And then another extrusion, actually not extrusion, it should be a sweep. Let's go to 3D, pick path, and we're going to select this path right here. This one would be somewhat hard because we have some overage there. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click finish and then edit and add this one right here. So it's going to be, I'm gonna put it 110, and then I'm gonna curve this one. Actually, I'm just going to make it 100, and then this one around 20, 100, and then 15 on this, and I'm going to have something like this right here. Delete this. This is 5, and then we're going to 10, and this one, this long is 70, or make it 50, so it's easier to remember. Click finish and then finish, and it will look like that. And actually, probably I want the changes here later. I'm gonna add that part as well. So go to ground again, sweep, and then pick path, and then add this one right here. Trim and extend. And trim and extend here. Go to 3D and do the same thing. Edit profile. This will be 100 by 20, so it's easier to remember. And then here, this will be 15. That's good. This will be 5 by 50, so make it 50 here, and then select this one. 5 is good, and then delete this part right here, and then be good here. 10, and then click finish, and then finish. You want to make sure you change the material, so I'm gonna make this one to just duplicate this metal stud layer. I'm gonna copy this because I remember having done here. I'm just gonna copy and then press OK there. So that looks good there. I'm just going to add this part right here, because most of the time there's a, actually I'm gonna create something right here, maybe a boundary. Probably can add like a gutter. Yeah, just a small gutter. gonna edit extrusion and then just add a gutter right here. Or I'm going to just add the same thing. This one is maybe 50, and then the thickness is 5, and then for the material is the same thing. Actually, just finish this. It shouldn't be in the same one, so I'm gonna add that and then go to ground, extrusion, I'll just put 100. Then 5, and then the material. So just a separation there between those. And then actually I want to add this sidewalk all the way right here. So why didn't I do that instead? So forgive me for doing this again. I'm just gonna edit this extrusion and then just push it all the way there. I should have thought about that. Just align it from here. And then just edit all of this. Edit extrusion. Or what I can do instead, this part right here, actually I cannot edit that part, so I'm just gonna edit this extrusion, move it, delete element for now, then edit this one, MV, and then I just need to replicate this one again. Metal stud layer, so we're gonna do a sweep again, pick path, go to ground so that we can see everything, trim and extend, click finish, edit profile, and then do the same thing again. So 100 by 20, and then make it round here, arc 15, and then here make it 50 by 5, delete this one, and then fillet arc this to 10, and then make this one this material, and then click apply and finish. So in the next video we're gonna add like 2 houses on the side to make our scene much better. So thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the road and then our sidewalk. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to know what paint I use here. So to do that, I'm gonna click on remove paint, and then here I use plywood maple finish grade and finish. So I'm gonna use the same one, so I'm gonna change it to paint now, and then plywood maple finish grade untested, and then I want to just add this one onto here. So before I do that, I want to go to ground and I want to split this. So I'm gonna split element SL, and I'm going to split it up to here. And then now, once I add the paint, it won't be all the way there. So plywood, select this one, and then select this wall. So now everything is same material from here, and then we have a different material on top and then on here as well. So we're good with that. Next thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna start adding the house. So we're gonna go to ground, and it's just gonna be simple houses that we're gonna do so that it doesn't stand out. So what I wanted to do is just create a wall, and we could even just go into our exterior wall, because we're gonna do white on that, or we're gonna do house one first, so that we can change the material of their exterior wall. So it's better to just do that. So let's duplicate this one, apply OK, and then OK. And then we're simply going to create a house like this with extra height. So we're gonna do this instead, CS, and we're gonna do this, TR. And we want this one to be at least up to level 2. So that's good enough, just a bungalow. And then we're gonna do the same thing, CS. This one is just a simple square house, and we might just add it on like this so that it's not too far. Let's uncheck this one and just add it like that. Let's not forget to duplicate this and then change the material, or just duplicate so that it's easier for us, so that we could change the materials once we're in Twinmotion. So now this is up to level 2, and we're simply going to add a roof. We're gonna put it onto our level 2, and this one, edit, duplicate, roof number 2, and we're gonna change this to maybe asphalt. Asphalt shingles, and duplicate that one. And then here, define slope. What we can do is we could just add that one there. Let's trim and extend. Let's define slope on this part right here and don't define slope on here, so that we have something that looks like this. And then what we can do is we could just attach it on top, so you'll be able to attach it. So select this wall and then attach it. So now you have something that looks like that. We could basically make it bigger, and then here we're going to create another roof, level 2. Let's put in a 100 overhang, define slope on that, and then edit, duplicate it to another roof, and then duplicate the material again, and then here we're simply going to go here, and it will create an overhang of 100 like what we attach it to. So that's good enough. I just want to offset this from the base, not offset, but I thought we have an offset from here, but that's fine. That's something that we don't need to worry about, because we're going to put some trees around here anyway, so it's not going to be visible. So what we're gonna do next is just adding some windows that we have here. So we could have this one, and what's the best way here is just go to your south elevation and then click on the window, so that you will have the same height, or you could just simply just copy it multiple times to check this one, and then you could do and add some doors. There we go, and then a door right here as well, and then some windows. Let's do the biggest one here, and then some fixed one. And then you can select that CS, it's not going to be visible anyway, but at least you put some effort in adding some windows there, and everything is leveled. There we go. And then we're going to go to ground again, and then just adding some floor here, edit, duplicate floor number 7, duplicate this one, apply OK, and then OK. And then for here, it's not going to be visible, but we could just add something like that. We're going to add some grass here. Grass here on this side. And then maybe because they have this one as well, we could put something like that. And might as well do this on this side. And then trim it, and then we could have some grass part as well here. Don't attach. And then we have grass floor that we could select pick line, use pick line so that it's easier for us. As you can see. And then of course you just need to add some lines here so that we could just trim and extend and join it, and then just add this one right here, and then trim here, and then pick line. Don't forget to trim and extend here, but align it on this side because we have an opening here, so we could just close it off. Trim and extend here, trim and extend here. And then same thing that goes here. We could just have this one, pick this line, and then around here. Trim and extend on this side, and then here we could just add, and then trim here. Click finish, don't attach, and it will look like this. And then if you want, you could add in, same here, an exterior wall number 2, AL, edit type, duplicate, but change the materials again. This one is, make it 13. There we go. And then another one here. Align it. Duplicate it. And then press OK, and you can align it now, and then you can even add parts right here. AL, align it, and then TR, trim and extend. This one you could just align it as well. AL actually, AL, align, and then TR to trim and extend. So now we have those borders right there, and then we can add some trees around here and even here. So now I just want to double check the way this one looks. We can put it a little bit in the middle. So that looks good right there. I don't know if we should just extend this or add. Yeah, probably I'm gonna add this balcony right here, or border wall right here. AL. Let me see if it looks good. Or just grass. I'm just gonna put some grass there. But if you think of it, once we select an image, this one is fine on this side, but on this side I think it's better to have something like that there, because it's too exposed and I don't want. But still, it looks good, so let's just leave it for now. I want to double check here. Fix, that's good. And then I want to just add a grass on this side. AL. And then grass portion on this side, so pick line. And then TR, trim and extend. And then trim and extend here. Oops, we just forgot to add the line there. And then trim and extend. Don't attach. And we have our site like that. And then what we can do is we can just edit this part now. Edit in place. And then we're going to just have this added. SL. And then TR on this. SL here as well. So basically just editing this so that once we have our images, it will look right. Something like that. We can even just round this off so that it doesn't take too much time. Actually, just leave this one and round this part. I think that's good enough. There we go. And then just edit this part as well. and then SL on both sides. TR, and let's see, everything is connected. Of course the image is gonna be only up to here, but we might see some stuff here, so it's better to just edit now. So edit this part as well. First this, then SL, and then TR. SL right here as well. And then here as well. Just round this off. And then click finish. And then here we need to edit this part. And then SL again. TR. And then here we just need to edit the sweep. I'm gonna pick the path and it will be up to here only. And then TR. And then it's up to you to just finish up the rest here if you want to, but to be honest you don't need to because we have this view right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish this. We added all the street sidewalks and we added these two adjacent houses. Now we can start creating our sheets. So what I want to do first is go to our ground and we're gonna take an image. So here under the 3D view there's a camera and we need to create our view so that we could render it. So we're gonna render this. Let's make it realistic. So this will be our view. And then also if you go to manage and go here starting view, we'll be able to set this one as our starting view. So this is the one that we created and then just press OK. So every time we open this project now, this will be our starting view, and at the same time this is what we're going to render. So go to view and then click on render. We're just going to render it as draft so that it will be fast enough, but as you can see there's medium, high, best and custom, and the higher you get the longer it will take for it to render. So here we're just gonna leave it at draft and then click render, and usually only does it in a couple of seconds, so it will be really fast. although the way the rendering look is not that good. It looks pixelated, but it's better than waiting for so long. So what you can do is you can also export this or just save in the project. So I'm just going to save it on the project, and as you can see, we will get a rendering icon right here, or a file. So now that we render this, let's go to our sheets. So right here, let's right click on new sheet, and we have A0 metric already loaded. That's what I'm gonna use, but if you need any title blocks that are different sizes, you just need to go to title blocks and choose and load it. So here I already loaded this A0 metric. It's already preloaded for me. So I'm just gonna press OK, and then I'm just gonna quickly just keep on adding. I'm gonna add at least 5 of them, and as you can see, it will be in sequence, because Revit recognizes the sequencing that you're doing. And if you change this to, for example, 8.01 instead of 101, it will recognize that, and every time you create a new sheet, it will change itself. So now that we have 5, you can also change the name right here. Just double click on that, and then you can do is type in cover sheet, and then instead of there, you can double click and go on this side as well. You can change it to first floor, and then here an owner, ACD, and then project is NC house. And for this too, it will be added on all sheets. So now I'm just gonna do it on this side, and then this will be second floor. This will be our elevation, and then another elevation. So once everything is set up, go back to A101 actually, and then go to your rendering and drag and drop it. And then here, we don't need this viewport title with line, so no title. And you can double click this now and you can make it bigger. So the difference between a 3D view and a raster or rendering image is that when you make it big, it will make it really big. It will scale it up. Unlike for the 3D view, it won't. So you will still have a very small image. So the only the changes is the view range will be extended. So next, what I want to do is add the drawing list. So we're going to our schedule, right click and new sheet list. What I want first is to have our sheet number, so I'm going to add it to our parameter, and then sheet name, add to our parameter. Press OK, and we have all of our sheet list here. What we can do as well is change the formatting or the appearance. So here I don't want any gap, so I'm gonna uncheck this. And then also I want my title text to be a little bit bigger, so I'm going to put 7. And then here header, let's go and add at least 6, and then for the body I want it to be at least 4. Press OK, and then here we could change this to our drawing list, and then go back to A101 and go right here under our schedule, and then we have our drawing list here. Drag and drop, and then we can make it big so that everything is looking good. So anytime you change, delete, or add a sheet, it will be automatic and you don't need to worry about this anymore. So let's go now on our first floor. And the way you add your first floor is you're basically just going to drag and drop. So here I'm just going to drag and drop our level 1. But as you can see, it's too small and we don't need anything. We need to actually crop this. So the way that works is I'm going to delete this first and go to our level 1 again, and here under our properties palette you can check all of this. So once you check crop view, crop region visible, and then annotation crop, you will have this view that you'll be able to move so that you could have your proper sizing. So if in case you didn't notice that if you even crop your grid lines, it will actually just move and it won't be deleted. So here I'm going to crop this, and then I'm going to change the scale. So 1:50, and then try and add it to our first floor. And then once we add it, you can see that everything looks good, and we could see everything right here. What I usually do as well is to add our gaps. So for example, here I'm going to add 10 by 10, and then click the rectangle, and then I will add this, and then just delete this, and so I will have my border, and I'm just going to make it look nice. And then here, press escape again, select that, your title, you can just add like that. But if you notice, I don't want to change this level 1, but I just want to change the name or the title. So what you need to do is you need to select this view, and then here view name, but we have a title on sheet, so we just want to change the title on sheet, but we don't want it to be changed here. So here, first floor, select here, and then click apply. It will change here, but it won't change to our floor plan name. And then here I'm going to click on tab, Control C, and then I'm planning to do it on the second floor. I will change the scale, and then I will crop it as well. So here, click on your floor plan, click apply, crop it, and then go to our second floor, and then drag and drop. I know it's a little bit small. It's because we haven't changed the scale. So I'm gonna make it 1:50. Go back to our second floor, drag and drop level 2. And then there we go. And then move this a little bit down. And then same thing here. I don't want the name to be just level 2. I want it to be second floor, but I don't want to change it here. So second floor, click it on the side and then click apply. Click here so that you could grab the line and fix it. Press escape and you can have it like that. So in terms of our elevation, click elevation first, and what you need to do is to assess it first. So I'm just going to drag and drop here, and as you can see, it's too small. So what we need to do is to go back to our elevation, change it to 1:50. I'm also going to make it on fine, and then I want consistent color and change the look. I want something in the background, so I'm gonna make it gradient. And then also I'm going to crop this and then crop it to what I need. And then as you can see, we have this one right here. We can select that, hide it. So in each and every view, you can basically hide. And then here, we could pull it up. And then actually, I think it's better if we just put it in hidden view like this, or a hidden line. It looks much better. And then with the background, so it looks good. So now let's do it on others as well. 1:50. Make this to fine, hidden line. Go to graphics display, click on background, and put in gradient. Go to your properties, check crop view, crop region visible, and annotation crop, and then let's crop it to our desired elevation. And then if we go to level or sheet A104, we can now drag and drop east and then our north, and that looks good. So let's do it on south. 1:50. Make it in fine. Go hidden. Click it again. Graphic display, and then select your background to gradient. Apply OK. Go to your properties. Check all of this, and then start cropping it. And then let's do west elevation. Fine scale, change to 1:50. Go to hidden, graphic display with background and gradient. Click apply, and then crop it as well. And then we could hide this. You don't need. And then hide this one as well. So So don't worry, you're not actually deleting or removing it on other views, you're just hiding it on this view. So even if we go to, for example, our first floor, you will still see, or in our 3D view, you will still see everything. So you're just doing the changes on those views, so which is our elevations. So now let's go to A105 and just drag south and west, and there's our elevation. So now let's print this. So select print. I'm going to put it into Microsoft Print to PDF, and then what you need to do is select it here, select views and sheet, but make sure to combine it again. So click combine, because if you just leave it in create separate files, it will basically create individual PDF, but we want it to be on a singular file only. So now I want to drop it in our desktop. That's why I want it to be here, to browse it, and then just click on desktop. Click select, uncheck this one, and here we can check all because we want to print everything. If you want to have presets of different kinds of check or uncheck sheets, what you need to do is create a save as. So here I'm going to put it at full set. So most of the time, architecture drawings, you have multiple, even hundreds sometimes, of drawings. So it's a good thing that you have preset. So for example, permit set, tender set, addendums, changes, and so forth. You will have different sheets that are unchecked and checked, and you will have sets of this that you can just save and it will be ready, so you don't need to keep on clicking everything and those kind of stuff. So right now we're just going to print a full set. Go right here, you can change the size, default right here. Here you just need to put it in vector process. Don't change it to raster, because the vector is the line that it creates is more is much better than the raster. And then here, most of the time I just leave it in color or grayscale, and then here center. So pretty much just leave it like that, unless you have your paper size. For now, I'm just going to leave it in letter, and then just press OK, and then OK. Just put it in the location. I'm just going to do it again. So now I'm just going to put it on desktop and then put NC house and then click save, and then wait for it to finish. And once we have it, this will be the print out. So we have our cover sheet, our drawing list, and then we have our first floor, second floor, and then our elevations. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, I showed you how to create a sheet and to add all your first floor, second floor, and elevations on it. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to go to our 3D view, which we are now. Make sure you're in Fine and save it. And then once we do that, we'll be able, so here in Twinmotion, I'm just going to, so right now I'm just gonna click on C in Twinmotion just to open our Twinmotion. But we're going to actually use DataSmith. So basically, I'm just going to click DataSmith and then I'm going to export and save it to our folder. So just wait for it to load, and by the time this one is finished recording, we already have a new Twinmotion version, and it's 2024.1. It's basically the same thing, but they just added a couple of new features, but it will be the same thing almost. So for me, I'm just gonna use this old one until they have the educational version, because what I usually do is the educational version and not those starting ones. So now click on DataSmith, export DataSmith file, and I'm just going to save it to my Revit folder. Click save, and once you have your Twinmotion saved, you just need to go to import. But if you want, you can delete this first. So those are deleted now. We don't need those. So click right here and then just open to the location. I'm just going to go right here and then click on open and then import, and then press OK, and we have our model ready now. And then what we need to do is just lower this, our starting ground, just a bit. And then after this, I usually go to our ambience and then go to our camera effect, and make sure this one is checked. And then you can also go to your FX, color gradient, and I set this one to blue tint. I like the coldness of this one, and then I start changing the material. So here, let's change the glass first. I want to remove this one, hide navigational panel, and then I'm just going to choose clear glass, and right here I'm going to change the tint level and then opacity, and then this one as well, Fresnel opacity. So once those are set, let's go to metal, and I know we could click on this material picker, and we already have aluminum here, but we want to make sure that the metalness is all the way to 100, and then we could change the color right here. So that's good right there. We could set this one to the same material as the one on the light, but I need to just make sure to choose the frame and not this one, because this one needs to be the neon light. So go to materials and go to neons, and you want to make sure that this one is the one that we chose to add, and put some glow on it. You can change the glow intensity later on, but for now we want to make sure that everything is set like that. And then let's go to wood and choose a wood materials for this. And the scaling, or I want cedar, and then scale it. I will change the orientation to 90. And then let's click here, and I want to add that same thing at the top there. So that's good right there, and I want another wood here, but a darker wood. And then the scaling should be changed. And that's fine right there. And then here, this won't be a wood. I want actually here, I want the stone. So the same stone right here as well. And maybe here as well, to make it consistent here. And then wall covering, I want it to be satin white. So that's satin white right there. And then here, matte paint for this, but I want it to be grayish. So that's good. A little bit dark. So that's fine there. And then lastly, this part. Rough casting, and I'm going to make it gray. I want to check some stones here that we might be interested. This one is good as well. Yeah, I'll do this one instead to change it up. And then here, satin paint white. And then good with that. And then here, maybe I'm just going to set the same thing here. Same stone. Same stone material. And then the floor, let's go to ground, man-made, and then let's set all of this. For here, I'm gonna increase the scaling here. And then I'm going to change this with the darker asphalt. And then here, darker as well. Scale up. I want to see the texture, so that's good. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to increase the scale here. And then on the other side, just change it up. Scale it. And then here as well. And then let's add maybe bricks for this material here. And then here, bricks as well. And then in terms of roof, I'm just going to make it gray one. change the scale here, and then change it here as well. I want to change the material right here to something black, so maybe the aluminum as well, aluminum color for that. It's too much, so I'm gonna undo that, and I'm gonna use this matte undo it, this one, and then make it black. And then this concrete, I want to make it fine concrete there. And then here, let's put in some ground. And then let's just leave it as brush aluminum for that, and we could do water here, and then pull water depth, waves, and then I'm just going to maybe set the same one, so this one for this. So I'm happy with this. I want to also change this. So I'm gonna pick this clad white. I'm just gonna darken it and metalness up. And then I'm going to copy that to the rest of the frame. And then I'm just going to add some cars. I want to change this color to light gray. Or actually dark red. And then pick up here. another car here. So let's stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to import this from Revit to Twinmotion by using DataSmith, and then we added materials and then some cars. Now we're gonna continue working on this, but before we start any further, you wanna go and click File and then Save, and then just save it to the location that you want. So here for me, I have a Twinmotion file, NC House, and then press Save. And also, might as well sign into your Epic Games account so that you'll be able to have Megascan, HDRI, and Adobe Substance SketchUp access. So now that we're done with that, next thing we're gonna do is go to Ambience and change here under Environment. I want to add HDRI environment and then the Sky Dome backdrop HDRI. We just need to wait for it to load. So now that it's loaded, you just need to go right here so that we could offset this. And then we'll be able to rotate we can also change this. So if you go here and outdoor, if you have anything that you want to use, you can download this, and then we will have, so for example, if you want shady patch, we can try that as well. Have this one as well. And then this one. So usually it takes a while for it to download. I'm going to add this one as my favorite. And as you can see, it's starting to download now. And if you have the background, you can also change the intensity. So for example, here you'll be able to add that. I'm going to actually click here and remove the color gradient, blue tint, so that we can manipulate, or it will be much better in terms of shading and everything and realism. So around here is good. And then with sun, you can see how it bounces and everything with the sunlight. So I'm just gonna leave it like this. It looks good. And then height offset. And we can also add, so we can close this off now, and we could add some grass. It's better to add some grass now, and we could isolate all of them. So all these patches that we're having, isolate, and we have this. I'm gonna make it bigger for sure, and I'm going to use, so populate, foliage, and then I'm going to use paint, or actually scatter, to make it easier for us. And then detail grass, and we have long grass right here. And then what you need to do is select this and just keep on selecting. The problem with this one is that it goes over. So here it's a good example of having scatter and having a paint. So the scatter is on this part, and then we're going to do paint afterwards with the same one. So now we're actually going to drop the grass and flower, and then here we could start painting. Change the diameter if you want, maybe 1, and then you can start adding. You have more control when you're doing paint, although it's taking longer, but as you can see, there's no over the line issues that you are having. then here as well. And then I'm gonna make it bigger for sure, but let me just add this in front, and then I'm going to make it bigger for sure once we're in a bigger area of grass. But in terms here, I'm painting it blindly, just assessing the situation. Then I'm gonna make it bigger here so that we have more area. I know this is too much already, but I'm already here, so might as well just do it. And finish strong. Okay, and then right click here to isolate off, and you want to make sure to save. And we're gonna make this bigger for sure. So ambience, go to environment, and then let's make this size. There we go. And might as well add some grass here. Scatter on grass. And then go back here, material, ground, just gonna leave it like that. And we're going to add some trees right here. So vegetation, trees. For now, I'm going to add Colorado spruce, So here you can also, I want to just add it manually for now because I want to space it out properly. I don't want it to be random. This one's random, but at least I'm spacing it properly. If we use the same thing, populate them, it will be a headache sometimes because it's just going all over the place. I'm just changing the speed right now. And plus, I just want to add the same one. And then this one is for the reflection as well. So with this, we'll be able to have proper reflection, and then might as well add some big ones at the back here to change it up. And then we could add in some small trees. Right here. Making it look nice for this one. I want a small one. I want a petite one. I want this one, but a bit small. And that's good enough. And then click on tab, shift. I cancel it. I want to see the spacing. Hold on shift. I think that's perfect. At least 5 more. Perfect right there. There we go. And then I'm going to add some small ones as well here. There we go. Change the age here. Make it a little bit small. Happy with that. And then here, maybe smaller. smaller trees. And then going back to vegetation, I want to add some bushes. Go to miscellaneous and rotate it 90 degrees. That's perfect right there. And maybe one small tree here. And maybe one more. But we're going to make this one smaller. And then this one too. A bit small. So we're just adding those. As you can see, everything looks amazing now. And then I want to add some maybe bike here. Good there. And maybe I'm going to add a little bit more paint here. Okay, so I'm happy with the way this one looks. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add vegetation, and now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add lights and then create our video and our still pictures. So here I'm going to change it to 4 for the speed. I know this is too powerful now for the light, so we're going to change the glow to at least maybe 5 or maybe 10. And then we're going to add spotlight, and then because we space it out properly, like every 1000 millimeters or 1 meters, it's gonna be easy for us to add. So here we're going to change it to 5, and then we need to add 3 more in 1 meter, and then click the last one, and we're going to add it on the other side, and then add spacing 1 meter and then 3 more. So those are done there. We need to add it here. So what we can do is we could also copy this, cancel it, just select the ones right here and then copy, and we just need to add it properly. Then add 1 and then 1 meter. This one, I believe we did it every 2000s. I think that's good enough. Change the intensity to 5. And add this one, 2 meters for 3 more. Select this one at the top there, lower it a little bit and copy it. 2 meters, 2 more. So that's added there, and here we could just copy it. And 1 only. So we have our lights there. If we check our still image, what we can do as well before we do that is to set our environment as well. So here I'm going to have it like that, and then here intensity, software, and you just need to go to media, and then we're gonna click our first still image. And then set it like that. Let's check our rendering and select here. So unfortunately I'm in a different computer, that's why my I don't have the path tracer minimum requirements. So what you can do is just click on the image. We could create those images like that. Click on lumen, and then just click here path tracer and make sure it's on high so that you could print it or render it properly. And then if you're like moving, for example, just undo the rendering here so that it's easier for you to move around. So for me, I'm just going to set my images. Here I'm going to go here. So I'm gonna do another one, and then go to camera, focal length. And then just click on restart or refresh, and then I'm going to go to the normal focal length, and I'm gonna create another one, another view here. And then here as well. So I'm gonna do maybe one more, which is maybe the same focal length as of here. And then add one more. Everything is balanced. So once you finish that, let's go and quit media first. Go to media again, and we're going to create video. For this, I'm gonna start entering from here. Click here for your first keyframe. I'm gonna make it 7. Moving forward, add another keyframe.
4, and then here just going to put 8 on this, and then I'm gonna change the speed to 5, and then here I'm going to add another keyframe. This will be 6. And then here maybe I'm going to add some bushes here. Okay, that's good. And then going back now. Six. Another 6. Move a little forward and just go down. And then now pulling out. Four. And then 4. And then after that, click here, duplicate this, rename the first one to show real, and then the second one to shorts, and then change the width here to 700. And then 1000 here. And then you can review it if you want. Or how it looks. It could be too far. Especially the shorts. You need to review that for sure. Because you changed the width, it probably is too far, or think that's good enough. So once everything is good, save it first, and then you just need to export and choose all the image and then all the videos. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.